There we are. Hi, I'm Chris from Airwindows. A little bit discombobulated today, but we got there. We got there in less than 10 minutes past 9. And this is going to be, I'm not entirely sure what we're going to be up to. I can show you one thing right here, which is I have been revising this program. We'll note that now it's got a couple of different things in here. It has this thing called dual test. That's the name of the audio files I'm producing now. And it does this thing where if I hit search, it starts searching for new reverb algorithms. I used 5, which is what I normally do. Let's see. Over to live chat. Often my mode of dealing with if troublesome people show up is not simply to stifle them, but to engage in some other kind of way, always reserving the right to stifle them if it turns out that it's just not going to work. So let's see. Yeah. And as you can see, we're still running this thing. It's got the chance of doing better, but this is counting more slowly because I'm trying to minimize what gets done on every iteration of this so that I can make it go faster. And here's how much faster I was able to make it go. Like I can hit stop here, and it's printing this. It's also putting in space and my identifying thing, so I don't have to type that every time now. One thing I need to do is make a special button for take what's displayed here, parse it, and draw it as a picture, because I'll have these going forward, but I never get to see these pictures again once I'm finished. And it should be just as possible to do that. But I mentioned how fast this was running, and what that means is I'm able to run it overnight and get a higher sort of top score out of it. When I say top score, what I mean is that it's usually drawn this chance of doing better, this current best thing, as a sort of odds. And that's calculated like this. If it gets a particular image, if it gets a particular reverb algorithm, and it runs for X amount of time without having been able to beat that, then I call that a 1 in the X algorithm. You can see that right now it's at 1 in 5, and the current best is 1 in 2020. That's what's being displayed. If we run it again, it'll do likewise, although it's not resetting current best, but usually I run this just from starting up the program, so I don't have to worry about fixing that right now. And then we stop it, and here it is. I've changed it also so that when you hit stop, it doesn't draw a different representation. Kind of like with this bouncing around, and then you hit stop. It doesn't change the representation, it just draws out the code that I need to refer to. So I ran this overnight last night. And I ran it with the fixed intention of getting some reverbs to play with. So we'll hear some of those over the big speakers. I believe I stuck them in workshop householder sounds. And sure enough, I've got it organized by date modified. So these were ones that I did some time ago. You're going to get a little burst of rock music and then drums. That is a reverb algorithm. I don't think I can play through And if I could, I don't think I can do it and then also hear the result. And then I got my little guitar noodle. And we've got alien kittens in here as well. And these are all ways that I can interpret what the reverb is doing. So these ones that I did were large numbers, like 1 in 200,000 or so. And I believe that smaller was sounding better. I'd like to parse this. I'd like to figure out what it's doing with that. But and of course, it's always about figuring out how that blends and what that particular reverb sounds like. This one is fairly convincing, although it's not the most spectacular thing. It sounds room-like, but it doesn't sound like thick and full like Bricasti ones do. Instead, you can kind of hear past it fairly easily. And that's because all these algorithms have different scales of where the, like, if they have a lot of smaller numbers, then the reverb delays will all kind of tend to come in earlier on. If they have a lot of larger numbers, then the reverb effect will tend to come in more later, and there'll be more space coming up. Like I just played that relative to, and we can also play this. So this one, it's a fairly open sounding one, whereas if I do the opposite, which is slightly smaller but more data is required to encode it, that kind of sustains and dwells more. It's a chambery kind of sound to it. And of course, if we throw it onto alien kittens, there is a certain thickness to this sound. It might just be that this data relative to delay time, rather than being an indication of whether it's a good or bad sound, it might simply be an indication of how much sustain is on the sound. And we can experiment with that a little bit because we've got a couple of these next to each other. Here's 261 dual test that's 21.3 megs, and then right next to it is a smaller one, 256, which is 21.6 megs. So if I'm correct about, and then 230 is 21.6 megs. If I'm correct about this, that means that if I hit this one, it will not be as full and dense. And then if I go to one of the ones that's 21.6 megs, what that's representing is that the reverb sustained for more. It was fuller and more dense. So let's experiment with that and see what we get for now, and then we're going to jump into, I don't know, games or something. Not as full this time. And then this one's more data. And I definitely hear more sustain in that. And this one's rather interesting because this one has a non-metallic quality to it. I feel a space in there, but there is an absence of clanginess to it. That's interesting. When it's time to make reverbs, what I'll be doing is going and referring to these all the time and going back and forth and picking out one, which I have all these written down. Listening to various parts of it and interpreting what I want to get out of the end result, at which point we start equalizing and shaping it. But That's an interestingly non-metallic sound. Well, that sustain had a little bit of a metalliciness to it. Well, here's the thing. I was doing this on into the night, and I ran the newest version because the newest version is designed, if it gets up to odds that are high enough, it automatically switches off. Because what was happening the last time, I have a whole bank of these where I ran them into the hundreds and hundreds of thousands as far as odds were concerned, trying to get better and better options. And there was a memory leak in the program. And the memory leak caused it to balloon upwards until each of the instances I was running were like 16 gigs in size. I was running like 10, so that's a lot. And it starts out at about, 300 megs or so. And what ended up happening was I ran it until, and I was checking to see that the memory size was that big, but I didn't really figure out anything good to do about it. Every one of the instances crashed. They all locked up and were unresponsive. And even by clearing some of them out, I wasn't able to free it up to where it was able to continue working. It had just gotten into some kind of wedge and gotten up to about 16 gigs, that being as large as it was able to grow with a memory leak. And then I lost the entire night's work. But not this time. This time, I ran it with a fixed number that it could scale up to and no longer. And the number that I chose, because I was trying to calculate whether I was attempting something sensible, was 618,033, which, of course, people might recognize as the golden ratio. That doesn't have a purpose. It's just that I was looking for a large number, and I didn't want to push it all the way to 1,000,000. So each of these are now the same thing, but they are calculated out to be, I ran the algorithm until each of these hit 618,033 or more, at which point they stopped. And I programmed it to do that successfully, and it was able to stop the run at that point. I ran it, every single one of them ran overnight and stopped. And when I checked afterwards, there was no memory leak this time, which I don't know whether that has to do with it stopping and being able to not still be running. Maybe I just let it wait and it did garbage collection or something to clean itself up. I do know that previously it wasn't doing anything of the sort, and I have not yet looked at what it looks like when it's still running constantly. I've only looked at what it looks like when it does its running and then it stops. And the end result sounds like this. This is a smallish one. I feel like it's done a pretty good job of avoiding metallicness. It sounds very room-like, honestly. This also means I can do it again. So this will obviously not make for good plate reverb simulations. But it's doing a darn good small room sound. And then we got a little alien kittens. Back. And this sounds pretty room-like. I've got a very closely similar size. This one sounds more metallic than the last. That's pretty much what I'm going to have to do when setting up to make these on a larger scale or to do the new K plugin. A little bit more metallic that time. Then we've got this 195. That has a ringy flutter echo behavior in there. So this is not going to be one of your great wins, but that's the thing, is like each of these can be equally unlikely, but they're still going to all be wildly different. They even have different end delay times, but even with exactly the same delay time, they can still have different internal constants. That also sounds actual reverb-like. We'll skip all the way to the end. 219. Maybe metallic-y, a little hard to tell. I'm also listening to how the lows on the kick shape up. The nice thing about Alien Kittens with this is it'll do a pretty good job, and that particular note, as it cuts off, seems to be pretty good at revealing metallic qualities in the verb. So the way that I've constructed this, and I think I have it in here, but if not, I know that I have it yeah. By contrast, we've got things like the Bricasti can do this. It's called Ice House. Or effects like this. That's called Ice Beads. And then we've got rooms that are small. So a Bricasti room acts like this. Or you can do large wooden room. And in this way I can also hear what it does with the stereo, because those drums are bouncing from side to side. You can hear, even though it's a large room, it's pretty dark, and the sustain is not very great. Whereas we've got even smaller rooms like this one. You can barely hear anything's happening to that one. There's just this little tail added. And again, this is a real Bricasti. Although one thing I must do, which I'm not doing right now on a stream, but I'm going to be doing it, fire up the Bricasti again and work out what it does when I send test tones, like through the modular synthesizer. The modular synthesizer can produce a sine wave. And it's an analog sine wave that is as stable as I want it to be, because I can modulate it, of course. But if I don't modulate it, it will be a fixed pitch sine wave generated in the analog domain and piped into the Bricasti. If I do that, I can hear whether or not it's chorusing. Because I've been assuming, and you know what they say about assuming, I've been assuming that it's not chorusing because Casey doesn't like chorusing. And so all of this stuff so far is done without, like here is smooth. These are meant to act like those Bricasti small rooms. I just have to shape the tone of them more. Whereas we've also got wild stuff like this. Giant reverby spacies. And how giant did smooth go up to? Looks like we have a whole range of them. That's a big space. And I made reverse smooths as well, which is not available because the algorithm has changed. Because what this one was doing was running a little overscan on every single place that it checked and tapering it in various directions to try to accentuate certain behaviors, producing these results. And I've got the constants that they produced. We've moved on from there. So now we've got a whole bank actually, where it does that initial check, and then it goes through, generates one where they're all overlaid on top of each other at the spacings that you would get if it was a reverb with regeneration and feedback. And then what it does is it measures that entire area for bright spots, contrast, details, and things. And everything since smoothness here, like this is one of the ones where it's just only a single. Actually, let's use, what was I looking at previously? I think I was looking at these ones. And I feel like maybe this was one of the ones that came up. No, I think instead we're looking at these ones, and I was looking at places where some of them were larger and some of them were smaller. So this was the smaller one, and the larger ones were the ones that had more body and weight to them. Like this. This is not too metallic-y. So 256. So let's find a 256 in the previous ones, or close to it. Here's a 251. And the spatial qualities seem okay, but I do feel like this has a certain degree of brightness and metallic-ness to it. And if that ain't enough, we can look at one of these, like you compare that to our 256 up here. Everything else about the algorithm is exactly the same between those two. The only thing that has altered is the numbers that are punched into the algorithm. So that's kind of what I'm doing, and it turned out that yesterday was a bunch of work on the program that I ran this in. And I'm also wondering something else while I'm at it. And that thing that I'm wondering is whether people would be interested in seeing a different game. I suppose one thing I can do is jump straight into Minecraft while we are talking, but I spent a little attention this morning logging into Steam and making sure that I had some of the ones that I used to play downloaded, so we have some options here. I'm going to say that is a possibility. Let's see whether we can log into here. They are not public in quite the same way. I've got somebody on, I see. Somebody has learned my times, which are going to be how that normally runs. And dawn rises in my new house. We got Manu online. And this might be a fine time for me to make a cup of coffee because I was scrambling around attending to things. I like this design. It might be very simple. It sure is empty. I sure have an empty room here. But all of this various stuff ended up working out pretty well. My sort of minimal designs for making stuff look good. Incorporation of the torches for one of our players on the server who just, like, the person who did this, who just loves torches. I allowed there to be torches for the specific purpose of maybe making that person happier. And then this area is probably a fine place for me to set up. Maybe we'll even grind some useful things while doing it. And I'm going to go off and make one of my espressos, and we'll see what we can make happen today. Remembering, of course, we can also do things like play with the Godot engine. Probably don't need to do the into the matrix anymore, or even music or mixdowns, but we'll see. I mean, this will depend greatly on what people want to do. So if there's like one person on the stream and they say, hey, can we make a video game in Godot engine? I would totally do that. So we'll see. Like, who is here gets to dictate what goes on to some extent. Off to make my coffee. Hey, Adam. Adam has an opinion. Well, if we're doing that, I'm definitely making coffee. To see whether I can keep things together fairly well today. Hopefully we will not dump coffee all over the floor, as happened once in one of these streams. And we totally could, like, as you see in chat, Adam says making game time. So that can become a whole conversation. And there's a bunch of things I could try, and there's a bunch of things that I could show or look at. One of the things that we could try is I made a game called Counterpart, and we could try doing another version of that. Looks like I'm finished grinding coffee though, so time to actually brew it. I'll be back in a moment. As usual, I should probably get a quicker timer just for the purpose of accurately representing how long it takes me to make a cup of espresso. So I love having an analog timer for streaming and things. It's very Airwindows, it's very Chris to do that, but it's one of those Disney type things where I say it's going to take 10 minutes and then I'm back in 5. So and I'm trying to figure out whether this coffee is particularly good or not. I think it's okay. So I don't know, let's derp around a little bit and talk about what making game time would actually mean. We've got this area cleared out again. There's one of the amazing horses wandering aimlessly around at very high speed. Hourglasses are reasonably accurate. You wouldn't call them quartz crystals or anything, but they can be relatively accurate. They'll also vary slightly because they are analog processes. You could get randomness out of hourglasses. So when we talk about making games, it's like, well, you could make Hangman or something. You can make really primitive games. Or you can be like, let's make Dark Souls. And that's not a practical suggestion because there's way too much to that. So it's a question of, if you're making games, what would you be looking to do? And 2D is something that Godot supports really well, in fact. It's extremely effective. I wonder where the monster. I wonder whether this is. Yeah, some of these are all used up, and some of them are not. Okay, that's weird, but it's not run out completely, so I dare say it'll be fine. This, of course, is our XP jammer. And there's one of several, because there's actually another one. The torch happy player. So there is another XP jammer. I don't know what its status is as far as whether it's got enough shulker boxes and enough. Nope, this XP jammer is running on empty as well. Although it has every excuse for it because it really is able to empty that stuff out. So yeah, the interesting thing about, oh, well, actually this might be a good enough time for me to close out. I think Manu is AFK, so in that case, we'll quit out of there and jump into Godot and look at some of the things that I've done. For instance, do I maybe have, here's a bunch of stuff that they have available. I'm wondering if I can pull in, here's some examples of things that I might be trying to fool with. Those will show me stuff, but what I'm thinking about is whether I can import something from the older version. And I should probably do that by see, Here we go. Copying it over. And then we'll work on the copy and see whether maybe we can open it up and make it run. Because that's a port. That is going to be, yep, by 3, it needs to be converted to 4. Convert the full project. And we will see whether this new version is able to work. And we do have the old backup, so that's fine. Did it open? I think it did not. We've now filled the screen with gray. We're going to want to make that a lot smaller, so and I'm going to want to scooch this up so that I can see what my corner looks like. There we go. And if I set it just right, I can make it so you can kind of see what I'm doing. Now, one of the things we could do is simply try to run this and see if it works. We've got a bunch of JPEGs. Those are going to still be there. We've got a bunch of shadows. That's also a thing. Let's see if we can open them in Godot. Not really, but we can kind of sort of see it. Shadow 12 corresponds to level 12, which is like this. That's a small image, but if I can make this run, you'll see it in a bigger image. Got stuff like that. That also has a shadow layer because this is doing multiple levels of things, like level 8. So shadow 8 becomes that. And that's being drawn over the top of things so that it shades like the player characters. I'd say characters for a reason. And then we've got segment. And segment is part of a scene. And we look at the scene, and the scene has like root level, and then it happens to be level 4. And a canvas layer and a light and stuff. Let's see if this runs. This may or may not even run. Because some of this stuff apparently is not actually working. Also, the reason this is called tankers is because it's from a much earlier idea that didn't actually pan out, but it became something. We'll see whether this works. Bits of it kind of do, bits of it need help. And the look of the thing is completely screwed up. But that is what we're looking to do. And the game is a game where you're moving these guys around. These other little balls that look like snowballs are timing balls. And you must get your guy to the top of the screen before the balls stop moving. You see the tiny little A on there? That's because we're going to revise some of these. Without any input, they just kind of move around randomly. If you type that letter, it starts to blink. And then you steer it up to the top of the screen, and then you get to start over again. For instance, we can make C push all of these guys up a little bit. Then A will go up automatically, and C will, and then there's this ball in the bottom. If that stops moving, which we can probably contrive to let it do. when that little one on the bottom comes to a halt, you have failed and your game is over. It is a mechanical rather than a timer sense. It's dependent upon whether the, and then we'll see how long it takes to do that, which will also tell us whether that part still works. And it shrunk to nothingness, and it said game over, and then it immediately restarted again. So we have got a certain amount of debugging to do here. But on the whole, that's the game. That's what this was. So on the subject of updating a game that I previously made and put out that you can download and have, I think you got to search for it on Airwindows.com, but you should be able to find it. What we've got is, well, for one thing, this imagery is interesting. And it's showing me what I'm seeing in here. So basically, one of the things that we're going to want to do, like the thing basically works. Scoreball, this is actually the little snowball-like thing. There's almost nothing to this. There is a plus. Oh, hello. Looks like we can do a thing. And we can align text to center rather than the corner. What that's going to do is line it up differently. So let's see. Speaking of the PC not being able to handle it, like, I cannot help you as far as your PC struggling to run Godot. If it struggles to run Godot, it's going to have a hell of a time with Unity. I'll tell you that right now. So, timing ball. Hang on. Let's close some of those things. Okay, so timing ball GD, it's scene I'm going to be looking for. So timing ball scene, because timing ball GD, that's going to be a script. See? And what the script is doing, it's only this big. I like leaving stuff, I don't like busting stuff out into lots of little chunks just for no reason. But if I can have something that doesn't do that much, I don't feel a need to have it in a single place. In this case, we've got some code that runs just on the timing ball. So if the linear velocity, is, we are apparently, here's a trick that I'm doing to try to make things run more efficiently. It is interleaving like I do with the plugins, but it's interleaving on a game engine. So cycle equals not cycle. This is every other time, every other physics process, it's doing a different thing. It's doing a linear velocity for x or linear velocity for y, and collision shape 2D scale x, size, and scale y is size. Size is getting manipulated by this bit here, which sits after this other stuff. Like these exist sort of in their own chunks, and it's looking after scale, Scale is part of what this object is. It's a scene which has, like timing ball GD self, it has qualities extending rigid body 2D. That's why we've got these things here. We've got linear velocity and so on. We've also got a collision shape, but that's not part of rigid body. That's something that we added. It's also something that lives in the scene, and we can confirm that by going and looking at the scene. And it will have a rigid body and it'll have a sprite and stuff, but it's also going to have a collision shape. Let's look at those now. And here, in the 2D thing, we've got a rigid body, we've got a sprite, and we've got a collision shape, which I believe is a circle shape. Those are fairly efficient things to do. Debug color appears to not even be a thing, but if we zoom into this, which I can do by Command plus a lot, can I shift? I can. Okay. Good, good, good. So here's our timing ball. It is a rigid body, which you can't see, but that's what the script is on. This also, the node is in this group. Click to show signals doc. Signals, you got your inspector, you got your node, and you got your history, which are things that I've just done, apparently. So groups, we're in a timing ball group, and the signals that these things can send or receive run kind of like this. This could be a day of drinking much coffee, but that might be a fine thing. There's plenty of stuff we can do in the Godot engine, by the way. If this turns into Chris with the Godot engine stream twice a week, that wouldn't necessarily be bad, because it's a great environment to get interested in. And as I've already shown, you can do things that are not games in the Godot engine. In fact, I am given to understand that in recent versions of the Godot engine, like 4.1 and so on, you've not only got the ability to deal with things like touchpads, or this is not a touchpad per se, Wacom tablet. I could fire this up at any point. It's Bluetooth. And meaning that you can use the Godot engine to be a drawing app, and then beginning drawing stuff in that. Or, you know, word processors, so on and so forth. And we can also show the sprite. The sprite was fine last I checked. And then we can also show the collision shape. You'll note that the collision shape is not exactly as big as the sprite. There's a little bit of overlap. And this is one way that in making 2D games, sometimes if you're making a 2D game, say this is your character and you're doing a bullet hell, right? And you've got your guy, he's drawn with the image there, and then you've got the collider. Well, if you're making a bullet hell and you're moving this dot around on the screen and dodging things that are flying around, you might very well make your collision shape something like that. Because the idea is you want to set up a situation where you're nerve-wrackingly dodging around all of this stuff with lots of near misses, and the near misses could actually be, you know, a thing, could be like my mouse cursor, but presumably much larger, going through and not hitting the collision shape, but it feels very dramatic because it is actually intersecting the sprite. You can be like, oh my god, that guy nearly got me. Well, he would have got you if your collision shape was here, but it ain't. And so I had it like there. And these are the things that you do. Like all this stuff is based out as things like that. Let's have a quick look at segment W. And got to click in the right place to be able to scroll it around. Here we have one of our images, although I will need to work out what I'm doing with the light. I am baffled at what's happening with point light. I'm not really quite sure what's going on with that. It looks more than a little bit like if I take the light off, I'm reverting to what it normally is supposed to look like. So that's going to be interesting. I do not know whether we can modulate this in some way. But and then again, we've got it open to inspector node signals. So here are some of the things that are going on with the canvas layer. The canvas layer can send a signal of visibility changed. It's emitted when the visibility is changed. If we go to point light, that is a canvas item. And I'm really not quite sure where that thing lives. Like we've got holders like static body. These might not even have a place on the screen, but they are where collision polys are placed. And so this segment here, this is drawn in to accurately represent this thing that was drawn underneath it on the screen. This stuff was watercolored. We're putting collision polys over a watercolor background in such a way that, and any of these points could be like fine-tuned to do whatever you want with. Like if a particular area seems like it's sloppily outlined, then you set that up that way. And I did draw that myself. Let's jump to some of these other details. Like this needs fixing. And I'll tell you what's wrong. You can see plainly for yourself what's wrong with it. We're gonna actually I should be using the scroll wheel for this. What am I doing? So this is called Tanker because it's from a previous game that didn't actually work out, but that was used to move stuff around on a screen and manipulate other things that were moving on the screen. You can also see that there's special effects in here as well. So Tanker has a initial sprite. You'll notice that's the same dot. That's the same dot as the timing dot. It's also not very high res, honestly. Could probably do better for that, but for the time being, we're going to leave it alone because we were getting our graphics qualities not so much out of that, certainly not out of the collision shape. Again, this is the same deal. This is designed to bounce off of stuff right at the edge of the black, if indeed that's an accurate representation, because the thing is, I can line it up a little bit more accurately. But yeah, we'll make the collision be just in this outside edge of the fringe of this, and it will bounce a little. I can make it so that it will bounce right on in the inside of things. And doing that, if we run this, it's going to still look terrible for a moment, but also I removed the visibility of these things. But this will now intersect the things that it bounces off of more because the collisions is on the inside. And again, I made this be invisible so that when I ran it, now you couldn't see that part. And if I make it be larger, it's going to bounce before hitting the thing. And all of these different things interact to make the look and feel of the game. So let's look at what dot flare is, right? Dot flare is actually, weirdly enough, showing up even though it's been made. Oh, I see why. We have a graphic. That graphic is, well, we can't actually see it too well, but it's this stuff that's overlaid on here. If I make that be invisible, dot flare is drawing this on top of the circle that I produced. So we can scale and adjust this a little bit, but it's making a little sort of rounded look and a shading and a little highlight. And then we have another layer of it, which is slightly offset. And I'm not sure if it's meant to be offset, but it is. So if we straighten that out, or indeed made all of them be perfectly centered, which might be what it wants. No, we've still got that one. No, we're just, okay, let's see if the arrow keys move this. I'm gonna say nope. So let's see whether we can click on, oh, I bet I know what's going on. We'll make that be invisible. Now we should be able to adjust this one and line it up perfectly, which means that is now offset because, do you know what just happened? Like, and the interesting thing now is like walking through this stuff for anybody who's watching, who's interested in making a game, like understand what's happening with these adjustments. I just took this one and moved it to be exactly on the center part, which is also the center part of this. It might not actually be perfect, but it might be okay. And yeah, we have a sort of, I think that it is meant to be a little bit offset after all. So if we select this, have it visible, have it selected here, and then try to click on this bit with everything else invisible, we can move this against the other one until we have some of this quality, but we haven't got it like in the wrong place and not lining up. Yeah, because it's parented. So we can have it sort of tightly tucked in here, which looks more like an object rather than funny glowing stuff around the outside edge. And then when we hide this and then make this one visible, it reverted to not being lined up correctly. And I'll tell you why. It's because this is another layer of flare. And I had it lined up to perfectly on the center, and then I moved the parent, and it's offset from the parent. So we could fix that by not having it be a parent of that. I am also wondering whether that will make it run more efficiently, not having it do the multiple indirection. Because it shouldn't matter what its parent is, so let's move it to elsewhere. It now has to be called .flare2. I'm not even worried about that so much. I'm just going to set it up so that it is, or indeed I could simply remove it and have it try to be doubled somehow. And then this has pivot. I am not quite sure what pivot is. Pivot appears to be change type. It's purely a node 2D. So this is something that can be altered or moved, or something can be done with it. And the label sits on that as well as the pivot. Maybe this was about me moving this around somehow? And label is where the letter is placed. However, we need to adjust this in the inspector. And for that matter, we can tone it down, and what I am now wondering is whether I can draw it at a larger intensity rather than simply layering them. Because that's the thing, is we are kind of dealing with layering them. I'm pretty sure I know why pivot is there. I think what happens is, let's see whether we've got a script associated with this. They don't, oh no wait, I remember what's going on here. Here's the thing. These flip under some circumstances, so let's go and find out where it says pivot in this. This is a somewhat larger thing. I'm just trying to figure out when we've got bonus and ka-bonus, which is bonus only more so. Remaining timing balls, it's doing that for like every step in physics process. That might be excessive because it's doing like fundamental calculations here. We might not need to check on this as often as all that. But there we've got, physics process being controlled. If action is pressed, then we start doing something with it. There is a key thing where if you're typing the letter of it, it goes licht is light. I don't know why I called it that, other than maybe either it was amusingly using the German word for it, or it was because I couldn't use the keyword light. It's going to be one of those. So let's see where pivot is in this, if at all. Or we could find in files pivot. In our overall thing, we do not need to find it in GD shader. I don't think I have any shaders in here. Let's find where it exists. It exists in Tanker GD. Add theme color override. So that's just reading the thing. That is just where it goes. Where do we manipulate it? We don't. In that case, we're going to remove that, and I'll show you what goes on there, because I think at some point there was a functionality in here where if like the letters died, they started twirling or something, which is a lit. Before doing something with this, let's ask that question of, I don't think I changed it. Let's ask that question of, do we want to make this game do that different thing? We've just removed dot flare and tied it to the other one. So if we layer it, it becomes shinier. We also know that label is being treated differently. For some reason, the previous one didn't have alignments at all. I'm just looking to see if my fire is still doing good. And this does have alignments. So if I tell it to be center aligned, this is now not the right font size, but at least it's the right letter. So do we have something in here for, okay, font sizes? We are scaling it up, and it does appear to be moving along with the scale, so that's cool. What would be fun is if we could put a slight contour on that, but I think that's going to be a little bit too tricky unless we make a custom font. And that is doable, but I'm not doing it right now. We've got our cross here, which is the origin, and then the extents. So I can adjust this in multiple ways, and one of them is by adjusting the extents here. All right, see you later, Adam. We're going to continue this for now and see where it goes. It's going to still look like a butt because I haven't updated the 26 or more segments, but we'll do that shortly. But we have a visible letter, and we have not enabled the screen for the outside. So let's quickly quit out of there. Now we have our backdrop. We don't have the multiple flares on it, though. The blinking one is the one that is relevant. Incoming ads in about a minute. Now we've got 2 letters. They could be smaller than this, honestly, but it's all fine. Oh, and that's wiggling. I'm not really quite sure what's going on with that. It is now. See how that's sort of woozling around? I did not actually anticipate that behavior, and I'm not quite sure where it's coming from, so that's interesting. See, now it's swirling much faster. It's as if it bonks against things and gets dizzy. We could run with that, or we could try to fix it. It probably has to do with pivot. And it probably has to do with the fact that this is a physics process. So we got a wiggly thing going on here. Here's one way to address that. We've got this guy here, mass and deactivation and stuff, our physics engine. Pivot is a node. I don't know whether that, okay, so label is on pivot. Says it doesn't have a control parent. So I'm feeling like this has to be associated with a physics engine issue. Also, we can look at what it will look like to do dot flare 2 and or to be resizing these things, because if I run it into this condition, also one of the things about the letters is it was nice and large and easy to see, but at the same time it was also maybe not what it might be, so let's adjust the extents to be within this range. Oh, hello, we can't make this be smaller, can we? What if we do it like this? No, that's as small as it's going to get. Well, that's weird. Why is that? I bet it's because the font size is too big. That can be fixed. A little bit smaller, and now I should be able to change the bounding box, and sure enough, I can. So just for the sake of seeing what happens, we can only make this yay small. Crunch it right down until there is no wiggle room, and I use that term advisedly. Now what happens if there is no up, and I see something else. I see a twirling effect where we've got one of these, the visible stuff inside there is clearly rotating. So I think the overall scope is rotating, and the A would be twirling except for that it's being drawn on the screen from the point at which it begins. There's the thing. We don't want this spinning. They are by default spinning, and we don't need that. So I know what to do about that, probably. Tanker, mass, physics material, probably doesn't matter. And mass distribution, interesting. Center of mass, auto, fine. Deactivation, sleeping. So linear velocity, damping, angular velocity, damping, constant force. So what I'm going to be looking for is fooling with this these rigid body 2D properties. And we are going to be locking the rotation. So this is in the deactivation menu. That implies that if it's not working, you can make this stuff freeze. Let's see if we can lock the rotation in this deactivation setting and have it do anything. I'm thinking probably not. But I could be wrong. It's not supposed to be able to stop. That's one thing I can work on. We're not supposed to have that. So there's another potential bug. And we have game over, and these are different and need the same kind of fixing as before. Okay, so I think we may have rocked. Well, does that, however, is that where that bug came from, though? Because before it wasn't doing this particular thing. I should be able to go in this angle and then bounce. That time it worked. If I fix rotation, it does not. We keep this moving while we experiment. You can see the letter is upright each time, but everything else is twirling, and these are not supposed to twirl, especially since the, well, or we can just make the overlay be fixed. So what's happening is this whole thing is twirling, but the twirling is what we don't want to see happening. One thing I can do is move that to also be on here, which makes it relative. Or I can simply hide it and try to draw it more intensely. That might work. Visible. So this is a canvas item, and it is a sprite 2D. That's the sprite that it is. So far so good. That's still fine. Collision shape can be exactly this with no issues. That can twirl and it'll still be fine. We're rotating from here, otherwise we'd have a very different behavior. Sprite 2D, that rotates as well, that part's fine. But this is the point at which we want to stop rotating. So sub-resources, texture, fine. And then there we've got a dot flare 2. I wonder if we can do something amusing with and then we've got label on top of that, but I remember why I had that on pivot. And that is because we can show label behind part of this. That's why we have 2 layers of it. Is if we take this and we move it, see how it's partially obscured by dot flare 2? This also means we no longer have to care about the shape of this text box. Like that could be whatever at this stage because the rotation isn't coming from here. We'll write it a little higher because the lowercase we're running a little lower. And we can make this be, oh no, nope, everything is contained within this. And so in order to make this not be an overwhelming blink, that is a rather striking looking effect. In fact, it is having the flare off the side of the thing. That's not great. And we really do need to look into all this extra brightness on these background screens. But for now, we're ignoring that and fooling with this, even if it might be a little eye-searing to look at. So why is this offset? It is offset because we're running it off of this. I think the whole thing is a little bit too large. So let's scale it. To make sure it's contained within that outside line. Now if we look at it, it's still rendering off the edge and it's twirling. And the twirling is not, okay, here's the thing. Look at this. The twirling is not affecting the underlying circle. That's really weird and interesting. We don't want it to do that. And we want to keep the base rotation. So it's like Tanker has a rigid body 2D. The sprite inside it is not being affected by that, but oh, I think I get what's going on here. Dot flare is a different size than sprite 2D. What if we make them be the same? I'm trying to make these be the same, but I may not be succeeding. However, that's fine. We do what we can. And I need to do the bottom edges of this, bring it into there. That is not to say that it's going to look right, but okay, a little wider. I want to see whether this still moves the same way that the previous one did. We're not rotating as much, we're not moving as much as previously, although I still see some of the motion, and I still see that dot flare is being drawn outside the edge of that dot. And that's not right. This is weird. Why is it doing that particular thing? Do we have a offset that is centered? No. What about here? Nope. Nothing to do with there. Oh, hello, transform. Transform might be part of this. So scale, that may very well have an effect on what's going on here. If we reset scale for that and then reset for scale for this, we're going to have, do we have scale on anything else? Nope, that one is 1:1. Collision shape. We're resetting scale on absolutely everything and seeing what we get to as a result of that. Now what do we got, apart from it's much smaller? Well, we don't fit the A very well. Our size is much smaller. However, one of these things is not like the others. This didn't get scaled to the inside of the thing. See how the flare is larger than that? This is part of where our troubles are coming from. Doesn't look like this at all, does it? So, let's find out why. Pivot's just a node 2D. It doesn't have a scale, or does it? It has a transform. Nope, that is just normal. Label. And we don't have an uppercase for a reason. Dot flare 2. Oh, we can reset the positions as well. Let's see if we can get all of this working in a predictable way. And then we'll find out why dot flare is being drawn so much larger, because it's not being drawn that way here. In the editor, it looks one way, and then in game, it looks quite another. Firstly, let's see which of these is doing it. It may be both, it may not. See, dot flare not being scaled at all, whereas the dot is actually drawn at the same size as the timing ball. Maybe what's going on is this is the legit size of dot flare. So if I bounce, does this spin? It's acting a little bit like it's no longer having an issue with the physics engine, and that's interesting. Because you'll notice that what's being drawn here now is not twirling anymore when I bounce off of stuff. And I didn't want it to twirl. I never intended for that to happen. It was happening, and that's an interesting behavior, which I'm not quite sure is what was anticipated. But as the game over is reached, now things accelerate out of control. And then it lets you restart. So if we were to take this sprite 2D and just straight up expand it, scaling it by 2, that's a pretty big expansion of sprite 2D. Is that where I want to scale it? Well, let's find out what it does in game now. Okay, it's drawn weirdly, and I need to expand. Yeah, interesting. Something is twirling, but it's hard to tell whether it's eating that out of the way. I feel like I see the edge rotating and spinning. but it is no longer manipulating, or is it? And again, I gotta work on that collider. So let's immediately get to that as well. Same deal. We're gonna call that exactly 2. They're locked. This is not rendered properly in the editor, but it seems to be quite happy to run properly in game. And our collision is a little bit more lenient. Doesn't need to be quite this lenient. Or maybe it does. Remember how I said the feel of it? Oh, this game is already available on my website. I'm just updating it to Godot 4. Godot 4.1. So see how they overlap? And how when you bounce off of these things, it's like it overlaps it a little bit. What that tells me is that collision shape needs to be larger. And we can see how much larger, because see, that was scale 2, and it doesn't go all the way out to the edge. It's showing me what it was doing. Yeah, the deal with this game, this is a game that I did a while back. It never really got a lot of attention. Give me a second while I throw another log on the fire. So I'm going to have to focus on this, and so I'm probably going to be getting another cup of espresso before terribly long. And I don't want my fire to completely go out as I work on game making. There we go, that should hold it for a while. Yeah, see, I turned on the visibility of collision shape and saw immediately what that looks like. So let's see whether we... Nope. That's adjusting something else. That's not adjusting the Node 2D transform at all, is it? Therefore, I would like to firstly okay, so I can adjust it in here and it will show me what I get. But if I adjust it out here, it doesn't necessarily adjust it in here. Oh, but I'm getting a chance to use the mouse to dial it in. Cool, cool. This seems right. So we're going to make it right out to the edge. I am making a game that I called Cluster Fluff. It's based off of an earlier attempt that I made. This is now going to bounce okay. Like, you can go down to the dot and boop. Might be wanting to work on that dot as well, but and the edge of this collider is maybe a little, the edges of the game space on the side up. There's a little extra space there. And you can also see the highlight reflects on the background. That's by design. And you got to bounce on these. It might be fun to put just one layer of the highlight on that because it looks a little plain. So let's quickly do that while we're at it. Instead of tanker to scene, it'll be timing ball to scene, and I'm going to load another sprite 2D and call it dot flare. We can just rename it. And we'll call that other dot 2D dot flare and have an empty texture, meaning that we can load it from somewhere. Let's see, I'm pretty sure it's image textures I wanted. Let's find out. Nope, I don't want to do new image texture. What I want to do is drag in dot flare if I can find it. Where is it at? It was an SVG. How did that manage to be an SVG? Let's go and look at what tanker looks like. That would explain why I'm having clear renderings of it. So tanker scene. So we got our sprite, we've got our texture, load path, resource, local to scene, path. So I'm getting that from somewhere. And it is actually a sprite 2D that we're making, and this is also a sprite 2D. Let's see what I just did. Timing bolt scene. So this is a sprite 2D, and this is a, well, I renamed it dot flare, but I think it looks like that's still, yep, it's still a sprite 2D. So what happens in Godot if I try dragging these things around to populate this manually by dragging dot flare SVG, you can kind of see it here, this is what that looks like, to this spot. And the answer is it looks like we got what we wanted. Let's make this a little bit larger. Rigid body scaling is not any different. This we reset to 1. That was already 1, but we're going to want to dial it in like this so that it bounces at the edge that's being shown. I'm okay with having it be a little bit larger. And then let's go back to these at scale to 1 to 1. And we need to find where the transform was. And there it is. Reset the transform. See how that goes. Might need some adjusting. And we have only 1 layer of this rather than 2. That looks very nice. I like the look of it. It is a little less obviously textured than the number, but it still is got a visible quality to it, though it's very gravity affected. Punt. Also, and it is rotating. That's not necessarily something I want, it being rotating. Or at least I don't want it represented as rotating. That still looks basically normal. I also like the faint highlight in there, but it makes it look less real that way. It has rotated a little bit, and there it is. Yeah, friction is causing it to twirl. By the way, as far as chat is concerned, yeah. I'm glad that you're enjoying that ring system music. And that's probably a very good place for it too, a ambient workstation. So underneath here I can see what this is doing. That said, I am going to need to do some more offsetting, I think, but that's fine. And one of the things I'm going to want to do is figure out how to not have this twirl. Some of this, okay, angular damp 0. How about a very high damping? What happens when I do this? That has successfully stopped it from twirling, I think. And I can punt it around, and it's a little less visible of a highlight I do wonder whether maybe I want to simplify these as well. Like, do I really want 2 layers of this on these ones? Or can I just have it be a much more subtle visual representation? Yeah, Ollie, as far as this work ethic, you know I've spent years just like watching YouTube videos and things. It is not that it is a work ethic. It's that I've kind of tried to grow and evolve to where I'm not suffering so much and I'm not miserable so much that I can't really face things. At that point, rather than work ethic of forcing myself to do the thing, it is a matter of, okay, and then dot flare, but unfortunately everything inside there also has to be visible. So if we're basing all of that off of there, why don't we simply take this entire chain and write it off of collision shape instead, or just flat. Then we hide that and see what we've got. Oh, it didn't like that, did it? What happened? Oh, dot flare pivot label, that's why. So we're no longer off of pivot, so that's the part that I just changed, isn't it? We're now at root level. I will rerun this until it stops crashing on things. There's another one. Oh, and we are apparently doing scaling on the fly. That's interesting. I feel like maybe that's not a good thing to have because we're trying to do that manually. What that's going to do is expand that as we have things selected. Everything got a little bit bigger. I no longer want that to happen. So we do want the font color to be altered. And we're moving this in here. And this is probably our cancellation of rotation. Yeah, bingo, nailed it. You've got it exactly, Ollie. Basically, continually working your way to a position where your work is more nurturing than torturing. And that is like what one does when one works on oneself. Oh, and hey, now all of this is, oh, look at that twirl. That's exactly what I don't want to see happening, but we'll figure it out as we go. Or it can just become part of the difficulty of the game, because that's going to work with all of these now. What would be really cool is if I could cancel out the rotation of specifically dot flare only, but have that blinking letter sitting there underneath dot flare so that it doesn't look like it's just drawn on the screen. And let's play with that now. So we want to go back to 2D because a lot of that stuff was being controlled by this. And we're going to delete the additional dot flare and then quickly run it to see if anything broke. And something did. And hello, that's the bit that was being altered. Interesting. So instead, see, we were apparently keeping this stable by having its rotation disease be the negative of the root. This is probably saying dot means the root. So we're accessing the rotation of this thing. And then we were applying it to this entire setup, but now we're not doing that. Now we are doing pivot, and pivot puts the rotation back. That's what that was for. So one thing we could do here, see, here's what one of the things I'm doing is I'm kind of trying to simplify this as I go. And that is going to involve stripping some of these things away, but I can probably, I don't have to do pivot if each of these things are just at the root level, doing the thing that I want. And hey, let's just change the name of this to the original one, which will mean this now works again, because I've just told this one that it can now work again. However, this bit here now needs to be changed, because label is no longer a child of pivot. Label is now just directly there. Let's add its theme override. We've got a thing going on in here which is going to make it much more difficult to use. We'll delete that node. I don't think anything is applying to it, but we'll find out real fast. And sure enough, it needed that. But we're stripping that out as well. That means one less layer of indirection for getting to the end result. And we'll just keep trying it. We do need to resize that thing. But now what we've got should be the letter twirls. We're going to need to make it larger as well. But the overall shape there is the same. And that's going to make it harder to read this as it gets going. And that's part of the idea. Oh, see, I can go downwards and scrub it harder. And it seems to slow its twirling to some extent. We could retain the twirling. It picks up new twirling as it goes. Let's quickly just update that in the 2D settings so that we can see that these are actually the size we want. Scale 2, collision shape is fine, it's a little over 2. And this is the bit that's not going to be scaled yet. And maybe it doesn't have a, does it have a scale? I'm not convinced this has a scale. But I think maybe I can use the font size directly and it'll just make it be larger, which will also print it in more high res, and that part's cool. So if we have the font size this big, and at this point we can also scale this to be exactly the right size and offset. We're going to say there, let's see what this does. Does it in fact draw it off center and then have that twirl in a different way? Sure does. And this is also twirling, although it's not supposed to, but maybe that's because I'm just not doing that bit right. That background is not supposed to be twirling. It's not, the offset that I did is what did that. Check this out. If we revert position, it's going to be in the wrong place, but that back image is no longer twirling. It's not perfect, but it's no longer twirling. Or if it is, it's doing it in a very minor way. Because that's the bit I want to be absolutely fixed in place and not move at all. So what we got to do is figure out how to address the fact that it's slightly off center but still have it have the same base. And we also need to move this letter to a more appropriate spot. So let's see whether the letter moving can happen. Now I just selected dot flare. How about you be hidden? And now, there's our center. There's a good place to put a capital letter. And then here's our dot flare, which needs to be just a tiny bit larger. Maybe we'll just live with the fact that if the position is correct, rather than having it not be big enough and have this edge left here, we'll just expand it past the edge enough that there's sort of a halo over here. Because if we change the position at all, it makes it not be quite what I wanted. We can't offset the position without having the offset twirl. And that's a little unfortunate, but we'll see what that looks like. And soon we will fix these. Ah, beautiful. That's the behavior we wanted. And that just added a whole nother level of difficulty to what this game originally was. Because you got to type the letters on these things to make them work. We've got a more subtle offset. It's probably going to be less obtrusive. When we fix this brightness issue. So how about maybe it's time to go and fix the brightness issue. We have successfully made the little balls, made the timing ball have a pretty overlay onto it that makes it look like a physical object. We've made this one respond. Now we've got two of these guys. When they bump into things, they twirl around, so it's going to be difficult to tell whether that's a B or a Q. And that can be part of the challenge of the game. Because it's a situational awareness game where the idea is to identify these guys and steer them upwards like this. They all have to go up off the top of the screen. Then you win. And if it's not selected, you have to hit, like, is that a Q? I hit Q. It doesn't respond. I hit B, and it begins to blink, showing that it was, in fact, a B. And then you get to the next level. And if you get more than 26 of these guys, you're in all caps. And it's always like identify the thing, type it on the keyboard. It's a non-mouse game, and make everything go to the top of the screen. Seemingly easy, but it gets more fiendishly complicated the more that's going on. And I feel like one of the things that I could do already is have a look at timing ball. We've got that good enough. But we have velocity x, delta times 2, physics process. So this is slowing linear velocity. This is slowing the timing ball and its ability to move. So if we're making that be smaller, if it's larger than 0, let's see how it does with less friction. That's now parenthesis, but it's fine. I do not like the way that that is, see, it's a very small amount of slowing, but I don't like the way that it's not as bouncy as it might be. So that's going to be more in these settings. This is rigid body 2D. This is are damping and stuff, like linear velocity, damp mode, combine. What happens if you do replace? Let's find out what that does. Boink. Well, it seems to be still working just fine. Oh no, hang on, that's angular velocity after all. If we had this be a very large number for damp mode, what happens? Friction. This is where our friction is coming from. So, okay, -1. Does that mean no damping ever? Sure does. Boy, does it ever. And that went off the top of the screen. But here we've got something to look into. Here's our segments. Here's our overall game. We'll close that. Oh, that was just, I hit a plus instead by mistake. So tanker scene, warp ball scene, what's that? Well, one thing that is I think that was my display on the end. So let's go through and fix some of its issues, namely the horizontal and vertical lines, so that if it does need to show anything, it can show something relevant. Font sizes. This is the game over screen. Oh, interesting. Why does that look the way it do? Probably because this one is just a display. So there's our base texture and there is our overlay, but it's been made to be different. See, at default rotation, we've got a highlight up here, but I changed it for some reason so that the highlight would be down here, just to look different, I guess. And we're going to reset our positions. That one you can't. And there's our game over screen. And that might be an amusing enough looking thing. I think the idea there was to have it be a literal inverse. So if I chose specifically 180, it will render like a indented thing rather than a non-indented thing. Back to the scene for timing ball. And I had just changed damping to be -1, making it zip all over the place. And one of the things I think would be worth looking into, nope, that's the moving ball. What do I have as far as my background is concerned? Game map? Yeah, there we go. So look at this. Game map has collision shapes. And this is the size of the screen. And timing balls that fire off into this area are made so that they can bounce on this stuff. In fact, we've also got an issue here where our positioning of this is, rather than being past the screen, it's a little bit short of the screen, and so our guy is bouncing off of that and should be actually lined up with it. So that was a thing to fix, certainly. And we'll have another look at that. I don't know whether this was as easy to do in the previous version of Godot, but this one's allowing me to line it up real nicely with the edges of the screen. There's the edge of my screen. And boom, and there's that. But what we're going to do to deal with the situation that we have just created with the balls that are bouncing around insanely, and what that was doing is we're going to simply duplicate this. And then move this one up. This will apply to all of the all those timing balls can bounce up off the top of the screen and bounce around there for a while, but they will inevitably fall back down. Because when we go to the actual levels, the levels have collision shapes as well. They're so large in case things start moving really fast that it'll still register it. But before, it was possible for the ball to bounce up the top. Here, check this out. We just did this thing, and the ball bounced up and was gone. But now, if I put it down to here, check it out. It's not even going to get to the top of the screen this time. See, it goes, and away it goes, and then, boop, it's got a little bit of gravity. It's actually accelerating. I'm not really quite sure what that's about. So we're never going to lose the game because it just bounces faster and faster. But see how it's bouncing off the top of the screen? Whereas if we had this not be there, what can happen is this accelerating guy can bounce to the top of the screen and he's gone. Eventually it'll come back, but that's maybe not what I want in this different variation of how this game works. Instead, let's have it so that rather than going off the top there and being gone, we'll have it so there's some area there, because your guy needs to be able to go up past this line to get to the next level. We can't have it be down here because then your guy also responds to this, but we can have it be up here to where they'll go, but they won't be immediately gone. And we can have it be really close so that the timing balls immediately bounce back down in again, or we can have it be high where they'll go off the top and then be missing in action for a while. Since we're re-evaluating it, I'm going to have it be fairly tight in, meaning that our weirdly accelerating, I'm going to have to figure that one out. Why is he doing that? But as this dude goes, I'll eventually hit him so that he bounces straight up. And back he comes. Doesn't even get past the collision things. Goes up, comes back. Goes up, comes back. So now what's going on is we have the behavior of that timing ball. And that has a lot to do with this damping. This damping is the friction. So essentially, -1 appears to be, we've got something going on where that's accelerating. I think our velocity, let's have a quick look at timing ball GD. See, our velocity is being slightly altered. If it is larger than 0, it's reduced. If it is smaller than 0, it's added. We don't necessarily need to run this bit, but this is also where we determine the scale. Collision shape is being also manipulated by that. And this bit here with linear velocity length is how we can tell whether it has come to a halt. Linear velocity being less than 80 or so, it starts to get made even smaller. I don't think I need to also have 60 times size. That is an additional detail that we probably don't need. I think what was going on there is it's just making it shrink at a different rate, much like doing plugins, where the plugin is supposed to have a particular taper to the decay time or something like that. This is dealing with decay time of and again, if the linear velocity gets made larger again, size rapidly rebounds. So let's start this off by having the size no longer alter. It's showing me which parentheses are in there. That bar will go away once it figures out it's in the correct thing. And we're doing this whole scale thing, but what if we commented it out well expanded? Oh, that actually just plain didn't work. I'm trying to comment out bits of it and seeing whether this actually even matters for me. We could simply assume that we'll deal with linear velocity using just only the physics engine and not override it at all. Meaning that we are always going to be scaling the collision size. We're not going to be breaking it down into particular elements of it. And we are going to take this if statement and put it somewhere else. Like down here. We've just updated size. And then if self-scale, actually, rather than being self-scale, we'll just use size. Hey, Christian, thank you. And we're going to skip all of this cycle stuff, meaning that we're going to have to change this indent. But in so doing, we are now simplifying this entire section quite a bit. Oops. Okay, maybe that's right. So now we only have this code. And what it's doing is the scale. Oh, hello. Why are we even doing independent? We don't need to do this. It's probably not gaining us anything. We don't need to do cycle. So we don't need to have this variable here. And bada bing. Our physics process is changing the size of self and changing the size of collision shape, which probably is correct. What am I doing on Godot? I'm working on an old game of mine, and I've ported it to Godot 4.2. And I'm just going through it, fixing up stuff, and making it more amusing of a game. And here we are doing this if the self-linear velocity length is small enough, the size of the object gets smaller. So let's find out why we had this here. See collision shape to scale gets smaller? What happened? Well, we're not going to find out yet, are we? And not only that, we did need to have X and Y there. So this is an X parameter, and this is a Y parameter. We can't actually set that at a single. We could probably set it with a vector 2D. I'm tempted to try. There's no real reason to, though. It's just making a more complicated format where we can just use a float. So let's try this. And this thing is bouncing around and speeding up, so it's not going to show me the thing I wanted to find out about. That said, we can fix that too. Timing ball scene. 2D. And where do we get to? It wouldn't have been in script. Oh, I see. Rigid body. I click on the rigid body and inspector starts showing what I needed. And where we have damp mode of replace or combine, we had a damp of -1, and I think that was interacting with some further stuff. So how about a damp of 0? That will probably mean stuff just keeps moving, whereas our angular velocity is as high as it gets. Now, it's not accelerating, and it is moving. And friction is having an effect, and gravity is having an effect. And now if I just avoid this for long enough, eventually it will come to a halt. Also, the springiness of objects has a place as well. And it shrank. We have correctly updated that bit, but we haven't made it so that if the game is over, it stays over. I feel like there are ways of dealing with this as well. And it's going to be in tanker scene, init script. Here's the guts of how the engine works. So here's how we steer. Remaining timing balls does work in that if it runs out to 0, they go away. One thing I had noticed here, in our code, we do need to scale the collision shape. You notice that it got smaller, but it didn't, the collision shape stayed the same. So that's why this gets updated as well. When you use Flutter onto tape 6, it creates a stereo image, but when you use the Flutter plug, I'm guessing that would be normal behavior because they happen to be handled differently. That's not to say that when I do 2 tape 7, it'll stay the same. I'm pretty sure that the Flutter plugin is designed to be running as a stereo single tape, whereas the Flutter on 2 tape 6, for whatever reason, it might be consistent to what the AU is doing, and it might be just set up that way. I don't know whether you're using the AU or the VST. All the VSTs default to being stereo, so it would be able to stay mono. But if I have a mono version, or what's called N2N, meaning that it can run multi-channels, yeah, AU, then that's going to be a multi-channel 2 tape 6. You could run it on quad, you could run it on a 5.1, but this is the cost of that they don't talk to each other, so the individual tracks end up getting individual flutters. That might be worth addressing in future at the cost of not being able to have multi-track or multi-channel 2 tape. And what's up with delta times 2? Let's make it be just delta. Multiplication is commutative, so I could have just done that, but I did not. So here's back to tanker scene. this is how the things flash. So this is where we show that the one we're controlling has its letter flashing. Might just be able to have the size flash as well. Frames between updates. Globals factor, interesting. Here's where our controls are. Oh, this is where we make them all just sort of go in a direction. These guys are not controlled by gravity. Your purpose is to make them go up, in fact. Let's have a quick look at the timing balls and see whether we can find where gravity is. Solver, nothing going on much there. Gravity scale is 1, okay. Just as a little check here. Gravity scale is 0, as I thought. If it was 1, what would we be dealing with? Oh, hello. So do you not work either? Oh, I bet I know what's going on. I just moved that, but it was also an XY thing. So maybe this would be a fine time to show how this works, because it has to get at it one way or another. Now that is just a kind of statement, but so that should work or not. Okay, so maybe rather than do that, we try to do this and see if that works any better. I thought I could maybe make it run better by defining a variable and reusing it, but apparently that's not the way that goes. I think I have vector 2D drawn correctly. I thought I needed to tell it that to do a new thing. Only identifier can... There's a way to do this, I just have forgotten what it is. And I know how to get around this. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on. I'm going to open another window here and I might very well also, oh, do I, it doesn't need to be 2D. D doesn't belong in there at all. There we go. See, it's this I'm looking to do. Vector 2, not 2D. All right, thanks for hanging out, Ring System Music. This turned into not so much the other thing, but oh, hello. Have we fallen over? Telling me that I will be able to get my thing back. I'm hoping I will be able to get my thing back. Oh, are we running an instance? We shouldn't be running an instance. Oh, yeah, how about you stop? There we go. So, I don't know why I was saying 2D. It can only be 2. And this might just, it's crazy, but it might just work. Because see, self-scale was X and Y because it is a vector 2. So we're going to see whether this actually gives us what we wanted. We're kind of waiting to see whether it does anything. Oh, did I remove scale there as well? I think maybe I did. Alrighty. So now if we run this, it does something. This guy falls to the ground. Very nice. And it'll kind of keep going. It's hard to manage this one. And he's slowing down, and we're going to see whether he kind of crawls to a halt, gets smaller, and then it goes game over. Signs point to yes. Got there. At which point control is lost and my guy goes to the ground. So I'm thinking maybe rather than having them just go in a direction, it's going to be, yeah, they sort of twirl and stuff, but your input is like a little jet and it pushes them additionally in the direction they go, but otherwise they continue to fall much the same way that the other one did. So over to not timing ball, but tanker. And this entire code maybe should be altered into something else. Oh, and one of the things going on here, it says UI accept. That means if you have just one, well, hang on a second though. UI accept, what even is UI accept? I'm trying to figure out whether this is the start over or not. Like, also, I don't see where globals is. So globals players, where do I, oh, here it is. It apparently is not hanging out in the scene, or in any given scene, but it still apparently exists. So see, here's what we were doing before. But if we had this, it does this. And we've got a score up here. We've got a plus. I'm not sure what that's for. Oh, I remember. As your score increases, or as these buttons increase, everything gets faster. So we started with 100 of these guys. A bunch of them being lost off the top of the screen. Oh, and a bunch of the timing balls are inverted. But yeah, this is some wild stuff. Okay, so capital R, we can direct you. Up you go. Capital I, is that a capital I or is it a lowercase l? It was a lowercase l. Off you go, and capital M. By the way, if there's more than one of these things, you're controlling all of them at once. Like here's a capital A. Both of the capital A's are now under my control. One of them's stuck, but one of them's fine. And the whole idea is to make them go up off the top of the screen and win the game by getting everything out the top before time runs out. The time running out is these little timing balls moving around. So there, we'll quit with that for the moment. That's changing the globals players. So that stuff works. Oh, interesting. You are exactly the same either way. Why are you here? Why are you not here? Dot flare always should be made to be the same. I do not know why that is there. So we're making it not be there. Oh, let's make it go gray when you lose. Oops. See this thing with the light? It's changing and sort of making it flash when you've got it selected. But if you lose, see it's flashing. I'm going to update the timing ball, but we're going to lose, at which point A is going to become grayed out. That little ball will begin to shrink. And when it does, assuming I don't touch it, boom. Oh, actually it's gone to invisible and it's begun weirdly accelerating. Didn't expect that to happen. So yeah, what we're doing here is just, I'll tell you what we're doing here is we're going to go through all of these scenes from A to Z and fix how ugly they are, because they are excessively ugly. Starting with this. So why are you this ugly? There's our additional colliders. Everything has its own collider. Let's find what the first one is. By looking at the level in properties. Here's a bunch of levels. Okay, level 23. So well, that doesn't actually help, does it? That doesn't help at all. It can read level 23, but that's not the same, because one thing I did was test out which ones of these are harder or easier. And this is presumably the order. I guess we only have 20 levels after all. And segment W, let's see if segment W looks like it was the one that we started with. Signs point to, there is your puppy. That's the one. So if we then start messing around with some of this, I do not know why this point light 2D is there. Is this just something that got added because they assumed that you needed it? This entire canvas layer does nothing but hold a light, and I do not know why this light is here. We've got this, the texture rect, but then if we turn that off, that's what it's supposed to look like. Why did it put a light there when it didn't need to have a light there? Well, that will make the fixing of everything a lot easier. Can we make the point light and have the selected thing be an additional illumination? Wouldn't that be cool? Shall we try that? How about that? Let's see if we can do something cool with this, rather than having it just be done. Now, my problem here is that this lives in the segments, and so we can't easily access the segment. But maybe if we, well, firstly, point light to, okay, here's what happened. It changed my blend mode on me. This is a light, yes, but it is using this image, shadow JPEG. It's supposed to, rather than making the light parts blinding, we're supposed to make the dark parts darker, excepting that we, yeah, our texture is in fact overlaid, but we have got an issue here. Shadow, no, that's not going to be helpful. So maybe point light 2D isn't the thing that we want? Let's start experimenting. Change the type. What else do we have? Can we do a light? Okay, light 2D, cast light, point light, positional light. Okay, so light 2D presumably won't have a texture. So if I change it to this, it doesn't want to go. It's grayed out. However, I can do point light, at which point it is using this, but it's supposed to be casting the shadows, not making the lights. There's your problem. So instead, if we have add, but it is a black light, range appears to be working. I am having a little difficulty making my shadow work. Height should not matter. Color, energy, blend mode. So if we add black, that's useless. We've got a whole extra shadow layer that's supposed to be in here. Oh, hey, I won. Oh, why do I not have a... Hello. That needs fixing immediately. We'll get back to the other thing. Oh, hello. It doesn't want 0.5 as a value in here. So what was happening was it's going between light and black. However, we don't really seem to have an option for you're out of time. So we're going to just go back to black there. That way everything is going to show rather than only blinking. Let's see now. Dot flare rotation should still be fine. Although we did need to also do the dot flare rotation for this one. So let's find that. Let's copy it. Let's go over to timing ball, the script. And we're on physics process, right? This is still physics process. Yep, sure enough. And since this is GD script, you have to make everything line up just right. But that should be enough to make the rotation of the flare illustration not mess up. Like, see, there we are. That's what the dot flare did. So the ball rotates. In fact, one thing we can do is put a little more detail on .svg. I'm speculating on that one now, because it's like, what do I have that can edit SVGs? I've got, this garbage isn't working for me anymore, and that's frustrating. Maybe I can figure out how to get it to work. It's going to be in Affinity of Photo will not do that. Do I in fact have SVG editors? I should, among all of my little programs. You see that I got Diffusion B. You see that I have the dreaded Deluge for torrent getting. I've been known to use that for legitimate purposes, though. Older version of Minecraft. What do I have that will edit? I'm frustrated. Why do I not have something that will edit SVGs? Because here's the thing. If I can put something on this file, let's see what opens it by default. Open with. Will Affinity Photo open it by default? I kind of doubt it, but maybe. Let's find out. I don't think Affinity... Oh. It did, but it's definitely not opening it as an SVG, is it? That's a terrible answer. That is a terrible idea. We're not going to be able to export that as SVG, are we? Okay, so what else that isn't Affinity Photo? We are not showing many options. There are SVG editors. I know they exist. I know SVG editors exist. I don't know what would count as one, and as you can see, that is a very featureless little dot, that is. Oh, here's a thought. Let's try Clip Studio Paint. We'll drag it on there, and it just bounces off. So Clip Studio Paint won't open SVGs. That kind of sucks. Okay, well, let's not worry about that. Let's just make a note that I can take a little texture on that .svg rather than just using it as .svg. And if I do that, any size that I choose will render okay, or at least it'll render into the sprite 2D okay. But then whatever physical detail I put onto that will go along with the letter, and it will rotate. And so that'll be cool. And we've also done a thing where now that little ball down there is not going to, I don't like the bounciness off of that bottom part. It needs to be a little bit more lively than that. Like we can have the apparent illumination and shade be part of the game, but then there can also be visual. It'll look more like the thing is actually rotating rather than just only the letter is rotating. Technically, the edges of these balls are part of the underlying thing, so the edges look like they are also twirling. It's almost visible at times, but I think it's not really very visible. That said, it kind of fails as far as having that plausibility that, like, I have fake lighting going on as a result of this, and that's failing. So, a little more of this craziness. Did we in fact add the script? Yes, we did, and it worked just fine. So now our dot flare, no matter where we look at it, is going to be correctly applied. Also, self-cue free is how you avoid having memory leaks. Probably needing to do another load of firewood, so let's jump over and do that. I think that's in time. The trick with this is it can be dying down, but this is a stove with like soapstone on the inside of it. So the stove itself sometimes can stay warm enough to set fire to pieces of wood. You don't necessarily have to have a fire still going as long as the stove itself is still hot enough. So yeah, we are doing pretty good. I feel like the size thing is so size starts out at 1. Therefore, the more zeros are in this, the slower it's going to be with removing. Let's make it 100 times as fast, and let's make it kick in real soon and see what we get. Can we get one where these are all different sizes and they just start shrinking? Let's see, we can see how that goes. It shouldn't care about this velocity. I made the potential velocity to 10 times as fast, but I think I see that getting smaller, and oh, and off it goes. And I lost. Cool. That part is working more effectively. I do still want to change some of the physics here. Let's see. We were bouncing all over the place with some of this stuff. One of the things I was looking to do and that I had not addressed was that we have these segments. So that stuff, oh, this is all meant to be integer. Why is it complaining about that? Then this didn't get used and this didn't get used, which is interesting. You'd think that that would. Maybe I've just misunderstood it somehow. We will delete those and see whether it's still happy to run. Seems like it's kind of still happy to run, so there's that. We didn't need those bits because they're being handled by something else apparently. But what we do need to do is find the solution to the visual of this. So here's what we've got so far. If we turn on point light and make it be in add mode, then see what's going on here is we have this point light and it is not, hey Igor, yeah, well then maybe return to this stream and you'll get a brush up on some of these details. Texture, I need to be able to subtract this as like an inverse light, a light that is in fact a shadow. I basically need to overlay it onto, so in fact, why am I trying to overlay that onto, canvas layer? It's designed in such a way that all of the players and things go under that light. And I'm pretty sure what ended up happening is I've got it set up. Let's put it back and enable it and make sure that it's doing what it's supposed to do. See, we had this set up as point light 2D, but what it needs to do is draw this shadow between the viewport and like these guys, right? These should be rendered underneath this, meaning it should be able to make them be bright if I'm doing it properly. Because what it's really supposed to be doing is drawing a dark shadow, drawing it over the background, but the guys are under the overlaying shadow, which is being drawn in white here because it's meant to be drawn in subtract mode, like multiply mode. I don't seem to have multiply mode available. So if I was to drag L shadow onto the screen, it sort of makes a canvas item automatically. Don't need to worry about those things, but we might want to look into this. If canvas layer goes away, then L shadow becomes the only thing you can see. And let's run it. But these are supposed to be under this. These are the shadows. It's a whole separate thing, meant to be so that the stuff, let's get out of there, like I'll shadow here, and I might need to go through these and update them. See, we got offset, we got visibility, light mask, ordering, visible, show behind, interesting. Top level, that is also interesting. What happens if I do this? Do we have it so we can't see our guys anymore? Yes, it is drawn offset, but this is capable of drawing it on the top level in such a way that if I was doing it properly, it would work. So let's see what's up here. Default is top level, is not centered. Now we got to figure out, since we're not doing canvas layer, but we can make it draw on top of everything, like literally everything. We're going to delete canvas layer and its point light, because we never actually needed that to be a light. We need this to be a, well, firstly here, why are we drawing off center? Because our origin point is off center. What happens if we just draw it like this? Okay, that looks real goofy, but we got there. Level 23, the center point is in this corner, and level shadow, the center point is here, but they draw on top of each other, so we'll live with that. Until I find out more about how Godot works. We're going to live with this, and we're going to look in terms of how do we make this be a different mode. Show behind parent, I do not think that's what we want. What options do we have? It's going to be time to jump into not necessarily canvas item. Filter is not going to be what we care about. Repeating, we don't care about that either. Oh, look at all this go. Texture filtering. That's going to be about bitmaps as a rule. There's also so much to it that I can't actually see. It's beyond the range of the screen. I don't get to really read the bottom parts of it. It's all map related, so none of this is about overlay modes, render modes. So how do we do a texture in a multiply mode? Well, we could, because we're getting so close. We are getting so close. Time to jump into Chrome and there we've got me doing a little hunt for Godot canvas item multiply overlay mode. This could be this is very old. Canvas item section. White pixels, already got that. Already got that. I don't have this is just off a JPEG, so it doesn't have alpha channel. And it can be static. Null mode down in the inspector, because it is drawing over everything under the canvas item section. Do we still have that? Does that still exist? Let's find out. Canvas item section. But is this even a canvas item? Oh, what are you doing? It's moving around in a way that I don't need. Or do I have there is a canvas item section. Visibility, light mask. We got modulate, but that's not going to be it. Clip children, light mask, visibility layer. That's a way in which we can turn things on and off depending upon what's going on. Ordering Z index, that's not going to be it either. Texture filter, also that's going to be a nope. And material. Let's do a new canvas item material and see whether that gives us any options. Firstly, does it still run? Yes. Hello, I see a blend mode. Look at that. I think we got there. I think we got there. Multiply. Bam. Also, light mode. Unshaded. Light only will probably make it not do anything. Unshaded will probably run more efficiently because we don't have to have lights in this. And we're not necessarily making any particles, so we're going to leave that out. And the resource is, don't actually care what that is. We're just doing a default material. We just got to make a canvas item material. And it starts out as just stark white, and then do multiply, light mode unshaded. It's normally just an overlay. But what we've got here is, in pre-multiplied alpha, subtract will make everything black. Add will make everything incredibly bright. But multiply is the one we want. And now we can run this program. And we've got a shadow underneath these edges, as if there's light coming from up there. Although it would be, well, no, actually it does also apply to the, oh, and we win. And now we got to change all the rest of these with those two changes. We just drag in the relevant shadow, and then we basically go in, and we haven't changed any, we put it on top level, and then we make a material and run with that. So let's see. So let's see if we've got, let's see if we know what we're doing. So segment A scene. Level 1. So first thing is delete canvas layer and the point light. And we go to shadow 1. We probably don't need to move that around either. It's fine where it is. But we do need to do something with the transform, namely reset it. Then top level, material, canvas item material, and double clicking that gives us unshaded and multiply. I'm going to say that will work because the previous one worked and it was in exactly the same condition. So close out of there. Segment AA. And we got level 27, so it's going to be shadow 27. Reset the transform. And visibility and material are the ones I care about. Material, new canvas item material. Multiply and unshaded. AB, we've got a lot of these. I'm going to go and make a cup of coffee. and I'll be back in a moment. Now that I got my fire running again and all. And yeah, we might well end up doing days in Godot Engine, because I think Godot Engine is really important and good to support. So I'm quite enthusiastic about the prospect of doing more of that. And hello again, Adam. I am making another cup of coffee, and this has turned into such an all-day Godot hacky session that I'm probably going to make another poster frame for the stream, one that more accurately reflects the fact that I'm Godot happy today. Because it doesn't necessarily scream Minecraft in that the image is like me in a stream and the background is on fire. But all the same, I can probably do better as far as illustrating in more ways that I'm focusing on Godot. Maybe we'll do more of that, like in upcoming days or something. We'll see. But my enthusiasm for the Godot stuff is strong and increasing, all the more in that it's fun to play with on stream. Hey. I'm back. While I was making the espresso, I was thinking about the way that I'm getting fascinated by Godot at the moment. And you know that this game isn't making any sounds yet, right? Like, there are things that could be done that could be kind of neat. I've been doing all the stuff with modular synthesis along the lines of composing using like voltages and randomness and stuff like that. I've been doing all of that stuff over the years, trying to get it to a place, but there are people who have done things that are equally like, here, let me... Procedural gent is what I'm thinking of. So you can do this. I could probably leave this on continuously and it would be fine. Oh, look, somebody was really liking this bit. This is procedurally generated music, but you could make stuff like this out of Godot if you set it up properly. Because this is essentially like a gamified mod player. And this is Dennis Martinson has done this stuff, and it's essentially a machine, a robot, a video game making all of this happen. So the fact that I'm interested in getting into Godot doesn't necessarily have to stop with like a 2D game or whatever. Basically how this is working is it's splicing different bits of stuff in and switching among them, and there's an algorithm behind where it goes to different places, overlaying various things. I mean, by the same token, this could also be done with a version of Airwindows console LA built into the, I mean, it's open source. Godot is open source, so you could do this and build like VST plugins into your code, doing it properly. And the possibilities seem pretty good. So you will permit me to dive back into this stuff and get it right. I just finished doing segment AA and fixing it, by which I mean I removed the light mappy thing and then brought in just an image and changed it around until it looked the way it was supposed to. And then we're going to kind of keep doing that. And we're deleting canvas layer with point light. Seeing that it says level 28 and using shadow 28. Or hang on. Yeah, that does seem to still say level 28's up. No, that's correct. Drag it on there. Fix the transform, which I will always have to remember to do. top level. I think I will need to do that. Igor's like, gent's nonsense anyhow. Well, that's an opinion. That is an opinion you're welcome to have. I don't actually sit around listening to either gent or procedurally generated gent as a rule. But the stuff that I listen to could as easily be machine made as well. Like I listen to ambient or maybe psytrance, or like I'm quite the drum and bass and dubstep fan, original level dubstep. Let's see if we can't keep moving through this, because I'm really wanting to fix this. Can I Command W? No. I've been doing algorithmic composition for years. It's legitimately an interesting thing. You see. Oh, hello. Can we treat this like text editing and just boop? Oh, it didn't warn that time. I'm in favor of this. Let's run through and do a bunch of these things. And can we command close? No, we cannot. Cut, no warning, save, and close. Cut allows me to do no warning, save and close. Sometimes it's all about just finding a system that you can use. You'll notice I'm not doing all of the functions of it, because I'm trying to bust it down into basic similar things. I can't really just open up all of this stuff. So what we're trying to do is do bits of it that are relevant. Like this cut and save and close routine, so that I can more quickly be done with this part and move on to what I'm actually trying to do, which is hacking with the game, rather than simply it imported incorrectly. And it tried to do a thing where it applied it to a light. And this is one of those ones where you really don't want to have it that you forgot one. Especially if you don't want to have it that you forgot one that was a high level, and you end up having somebody actually playing the game. And the next thing you know, they have a eye-bleeding level that is horrible. And they're like, well, I guess that just sucked. So you methodically go through and do all of the fixie bits as needed. We're almost done with some of that stuff. Look at what that looks like. And our colliders here are really weird. Those are some really weird colliders. And see, we're skipping ones. We're skipping the ones that were less interesting. Those were already left out of the game. And we kept only the ones that were cool. But there were a whole range of them, like 30 different possible levels. And we skipped the ones that were lame. Or the ones that were most ugly to look at. And we've already done this one. But we have not done this one. And so back up we go to the beginning to find places where we have not dragged L shadow in. We can see that we've done that one. We can see that we've done that one. We can see it because this thing is offset just in order to draw properly. I don't know why it shows up that way. It seems weird. And then we can see that it's a multiply mode. It will render correctly in the actual game. We've done that. I think we have not done this yet. Signs point to nope. So level 29, so we need shadow 29. We drag it in and reset its transform. And material and visibility, I'm going to open those in opposite directions. Just trying to do the thing where I can have it operating quickly. Save and close, that's done. Where were we at, AC? Yeah. AF has not been done. That's shadow 32. Look at those little internal, all the little colliders are made out of polygons, and that's showing the internal polygons in the collider. Clicking on that gives us the transform. And again, material and then visibility so that we can more easily click on visibility. I wonder if it will work better with the shader material. I do not know. We can find out. Nope. That's not going to be what we want. This is. There we've got this. So that was what, AC, AF? That was AF. Over to C. Actually, maybe we can go through and do a batch of them. We'll stop at M. You could use console LA just as a channel strip. It's not designed to do it that way, so what you will end up having is just no console functionality in the sense of expanding the mix bus, and slight offsets in timbre, and more saturation than you would otherwise have. It's really designed to be used with both. But you can, I mean, you can do anything you want. You can run 5 console LA channels into each other followed with ULAW, if that pleases you. It probably won't. It'll probably sound terrible. But you don't have to only do the stuff that is correct. You can do stuff that is weird or wacky, if such things please you. Now we're going to edit a batch of these in a row, ending with L, and we're going to resume with M. Okay, level shadow 3. Click on it. Reset the transform position. Material visibility. Top level. We have established that we don't want to use a shader material. And unshaded, multiply, save, and done. This one's level 4. I'm going to try to do this as fast as I can without screwing it up. in hopes of being able to be finished with it and move on. That said, it's stressing me out enough that my back is starting to seize up again, so maybe that's not great. Perhaps I will simply, I'll keep half an eye on chat, and I see that I've got some people here, but I'm going to walk through this stuff and get out the other end. And perhaps rather than stressing over it, we're just going to chill with it for a bit. And my de-stress process will be worrying less about pushing to keep a line of running pattern, and instead I'll kind of free associate. And what I'm free associating about, I guess, is the idea of diving more deeply into Godot because of just the range of possibilities that it has, including Ben Jordan was doing a video not long ago about how to Ben Jordan was doing a video on how to play with new versions of music making technology. And he was looking at some really experimental stuff, but that's nothing to what you could do in Godot if you got familiar with that. And then and remembering, of course, if you can get Godot to do output at whatever your sample rate is, you could do 96K. I'm not sure if it probably does. Certainly if it's in core audio, it'll do 32-bit output. It won't necessarily give you double precision rendering for anything, although you could make it. I mean, it's open source, so you could change anything. Level 6. There we go. Top level. Canvas item material. I mean, I just keep enjoying Godot more and more the more I know it. Stuff is starting to fall together where it's like, I want to figure out how to do this particular thing. Oh, there it is. Okay. And it just kind of works. That's what I like, is when stuff just kind of works. Level 7. I've learned enough about how this works that I figure out the ways of making it happen. And then there you go. It's like, okay, do I need a material? Let's try this material. Is that my way of making it do a blend mode? And turns out, sure enough, that's exactly my way of doing a blend mode. And I could write code to make this stuff wiggle around if I wanted, or flicker. I could have it be shaded. I'm not sure how responding to light sources would work if it's actually a shadow, but we've got the shadow. Apparently it can make particles. I have no idea what that's supposed to mean. And all of this is just part of the system. And this is the same system that can give you, writing audio software, or you don't have to stick with audio. You could also throw graphics in or whatever. I've done stuff with that Sleepy Circus Hypno. Anything that I do there, I could be doing by generating that in here, because this is a much more powerful computer than a Raspberry Pi, which is what a Hypno runs on. You just have to know how to do the particular thing, how to render the graphics. And there's ways of learning how to do that, or simply experimenting with it. I could take all of these graphics and make them spin around next to each other with overlay modes and stuff, and it would run real fast, because this Mac Studio is kind of a lot more powerful than a Raspberry Pi. Kind of just, it's a little tiny bit way more powerful than that. So if I want to create something and be like, I would like audio visual as well as just audio, please, this is a super good way of doing it. You will see before terribly long what that means is I fire up this game. Oh, they're in order too. Once I walk through this simple process of putting all of these things back. And again, noting that I said, material then visibility, that's because I do this and then I scroll immediately down and do stuff here. If I had clicked on visibility and then material, I'd have to scroll down to material to open it. No thank you, no particles. And it is all about kind of optimizing. It's almost gamified in a way. It's almost gamified in its own right. Like the process of going through and fixing these bugs has become its own little game. And it's material first and then visibility, and now that's not reachable, but I can just click that one thing, scroll, and immediately go to this next bit, and that becomes its own little game of optimizing how to do this particular routine in such a way that I can get through to the end of it, at which point I'll never think of it again. This is just the debug process, including things like setting the light mode to unshaded so it's not subject to other lights anywhere. That will hopefully make it all work a little bit smoother. And at this point, we have moved onwards to, I stopped at L, so now remember, we've got N, O, P, S, U, V, not W because we've already done it. See, got that up there, shows we've already done it. And then Y. And now we can just go through, burn through the last ones, and then play the game a little bit, maybe with more, well, we're going to fool around with the physics engine first. But this is kind of where it's at. So back to my grind. Level 13. Reset transform. If I forget to reset any of the transforms, it's going to look real strange. And again, in the order that they must be done. There's only so fast I can go with this without stressing myself out, but I think that I've done a pretty respectable job at it's not blowing too many hours of this, because here's the deal, like if it took hours, it would have to take hours, and I'm willing to make that sacrifice because part of it is like I'm doing a thing. I want to complete doing the thing. But you don't necessarily get to skip stuff just because it's unpleasant to do. Sometimes you go through and you do the thing whether or not it's unpleasant to do, because you're aiming for a end result. Let's see, level 15. They are still going in sequence quite nicely. Reset our transform. And you can do so many cool things with these blend modes and things. The fact that this is working the way that it is, that means we can add a lot of visual sophistication to stuff. It'll go real well. The only thing that I could wish is that it would be able to like deconstruct SVGs on the fly instead of making, and that would be kind of crunch, but it would make lovely crisp edges for things. Like for this image, this line is being drawn as a vector. It's not smoothed, it's very crude. But it means we can scroll in as far as we want, and it's always just a line. Well, the deal with that is that the visual appeal of anything like this, follows all different kinds of rules, and the ability to come up with something interesting to do with it using the techniques that are available to you. That is really the heart of what makes something like that exciting. And see, like, we've got our blend mode. I honestly do not know what mix means in this context. Oh, I know, it's alpha channel. So if you have stuff within alpha channel, which are not going to be JPEGs because JPEGs won't support an alpha channel, but you get to overlay stuff using the alpha channel, and that's handy. That said, if you wanted to make, for instance, a fire, you might try add, and add will just throw light onto things. And you can do add with dark colors as well. Like this gray here. Observe this gray. If we do add, you're seeing some of this, but it would be as if that gray was a light. That means add can be your solution for like laser beams and things. See how that's brighter than it would otherwise be? It's making the colors underneath it luminescent. It makes them light up, and it makes them take on the color that you have in this overlaying thing. So you could have bright colors drawn in the end result, including an alpha channel, because this will honor an alpha channel. We're just not using one. And you can throw particles and things with these graphics. And if add lines up on top of another add, it will lighten it even further. So this is your solution for like fire. This is your solution for light-based things, is add. And subtract is a solution for shadings, although funnily enough, apparently if you subtract white from something, it just goes completely black. So I can only assume that subtracting black doesn't do anything. So this would be more a funny sort of effect, and you'd have to pay attention to what you were doing with it. I don't know exactly how to use that one. Whereas multiply, rather than add, multiply is the throwing shadows onto things using the blackness in the image, or it will also do color. But it will not do color. It will also do color, but it will combine the color. It will combine things as if they are pigments. And stuff will combine to produce a sort of sludge, whereas if you combine add, it will converge to white or lighter shades of colors. 1 minute warning on ads for people who experience those. And we've just finished doing that one thing, so we're going to continue to move on, aren't we? That said, I'm happy about talking about why to be interested in some of these things, because that's really kind of the bottom line. It's a matter of why should you be interested in these things. And I'm very interested in Godot, and I think I'm doing a fairly decent job of explaining what's going on with why you would be interested. And again, this light mode, normal, unshaded, light only. I'm not really sure what you do with light only, but it could be a way of, supposing you have a light and it's drawing, like it's strongest in the center, and then it fades off out into the backdrop. And then you have an overlay, which is a big swirling smoky thing, and you put it on in the light only mode, then the swirly smoky thing would stop happening outside the range where the light was happening. And that could have its own cool effects. It's so many of your video game special effects are like that. So many of your video game special effects are about thinking of ways of combining these relatively basic processes to make them interesting. And that's kind of the heart of doing stuff and having it be amusing, and the heart of doing a video game rather than like a record. And having that have its own characteristic as well, because we're really in the same field, especially as you can see how the shape of the shadows corresponds to the shape of these underlying things. I've kept the underlying boxes, like this is one of our maps for how this game works, and I've kept the underlying boxes relatively simple so that the game would run faster. And you can see that initially I had it set up so that you just got these vertical walls here, and then if the timing balls bounced up so high that they bounced out of the top of it, they would end up rolling back in. That's why this is the way that it is. But now we have an enclosing box sealing it in tightly. The box is part of this is part of an overlay, and the colliders here combined with the colliders of the underlying box. And that's how this game is made to work. And we will save out of that, quit it, and then we're very close to being finished with this process, which pleases me. I would like nothing better than to be done with this process, and I will be shortly. Also, doing it in this relentlessly repetitive way means I'm more likely to remember to do all the little settings just right. It's like making plugins where I have to compile them all and I have to go through and do everything. Oh, look at that. We've got big old dark shadows as if these poles are casting an enormous shadow over anything. But they're still just little watercolors, but it's a crude way of, it's like a watercolored shadow. Like, check that out. Did you ever see a light source coming from here and a watercolored shadow? Well, you will if we get to this level. And almost done with this part. Level 25. Going through and fixing every single level is on the tedious side, but sometimes that's what the job is. We're today looking at game making rather than music making, but there are many similarities, honestly. And now we'll go back to tanker scene. And now we can run the game and it will look the way it's supposed to. Except for that thing is going to shrink away, but we have our little shadow. We got plenty of time to get to the next level. And let's start fooling with our physics. Physics. Here we go. So, physics, material, gravity scale, tanker. We've got everything set to gravity scale of 1. Which may be okay. I wonder if I added additional features to the last one just by doing a new physics material and running with it. So let's see what happens when we do this. Physics material. Bounce, absorbent. We can do a resource, but we don't have one. If we put in a physics material, we can add some of these qualities, and it's an override over whatever else was happening. And it seems to really be not caring about what I just did, although it does fall. I feel like that didn't get me anything. We've got friction. Friction was 1. I don't feel like it did anything. So let's clear that and we'll go back to whatever is happening here. Mass distribution, center of mass. What happens if we do custom? Oh, okay. Nothing particularly important. Inertia. Here we go. So I think we had 0 by default. And I'll tell you something else. I believe I know what's happening with how this stuff works. Game mapped scene. See these? I think these have, see, collision shape. They probably have physics properties. They may not, but got debug color. We've got a collision shape, that's fine. These may or may not have physics engine properties, other than just being a thing to collide with. Oh, we also have a camera, and we can do fun things with that too if we want, like bumping things shakes the camera. May or may not be relevant to what we actually want, but right now it sits still and doesn't do anything. We'll ignore it for now, and we do have a top layer in which we have a script called timer. Here's where other stuff works. We've got score balls. We've got warp balls. This is where those score things happen. And I'm pretty sure I've tested it to try to see what unreasonably large scores or whatever are. Here's the thing. I'd like to update Tanker, because what I've got is a thing where all of this kind of like I can cancel out all of this stuff. I honestly don't know what this does at the moment. UI accept. I think there was something to do with you win and then it lets you wait for the next one, the next level. That it didn't just instantly catapult you into the next level. But I don't remember, nor do I remember what UI accept actually is here. Nor am I quite sure what frames between updates is or how that's working. But that's fine. It's good. And if remaining timing balls are larger than 0, see, here's where self-apply impulse, that's a thing that is going to cause it to go in the same direction that it was already going. So that's what's making them go continuously. Therefore, if we comment this out, I think we've also commented out all of the, see, now we can't do anything apart from change the, although there's an additional energy that goes in here. I'm not exactly sure why it's doing that. It just is. We've got something in here somewhere that is applying, oh hi, L velocity, vector 2. If we take U out, do we then just sit there? No, it's still starting to sneak. It's still starting to go. See, something's being added there where it does not belong. L velocity, vector 2, 0, 0. So if we took this back in theory, we can now direct this guy around. Let's find out if that's true. We'll run it. And not so much, although it's still, as you can see, creeping to the side, which is probably part of this particular section of code. Ready self-apply impulse. So if we don't have that, then what does it do? Because our gravity scale or inertia, etc., linear velocity damp is -1. Again, I feel like -1 is the one that causes it to start running out of control. So if our tanker here, our rigid body, is not in fact -1, but is instead 0, not 0s, I wanted to save that. Oh, expecting something after function declaration. This is giving all of them a little nudge in some direction. In theory, I can simply make that be 0, 0. A little note to myself as to what that originally was. And now if we do that, we ain't budging. And these little balls that roll around aren't doing anything either. And we did have something happen, but it's not making this move at all. And game over. So self-angular velocity, that's probably times 1.0 minus delta. But that should be lowering the self-apply impulse. This is where the velocity gets added. See, we're not applying any impulses. We've just determined what the impulse is going to be when it does exist. And then this is what normalizes the speed. So if we add this, we have our physics engine and we have our little rocket ship allowing us to go up or go to the side very quickly. There's no bounce to any of these things, though. I feel like there should be more in the way of bounce. Also, we probably don't need to have this be as effective as it is being. So let's scale this back a little bit. Factor times 0.12. Okay, so factor increases the speed and agitation of everything. So that's how it gets harder as you start having really high scores and things get more hectic. So what we're going to do is look at what happens if we have 0, 1 instead of 1, 2. If so, everything can be a lot more chilled, but this may not be enough mojo to get off the ground. See, the up isn't doing anything. That's going to be a bit of a drawback when the purpose of it is to get off the top of the screen. So let's crank it up by a factor of 4. We'll sort of be doubling it, but that's 2 doublings. We're assuming that we have nowhere near enough, and sure enough, but can we get a bump up? A little bit. What if everything's bigger? What if the gravity is smaller across the board, causing the whole thing to look like it's bigger? Here is our properties. Gravity scale. If our gravity scale is 0.5, everything will fall slower. And we have to apply that also to timing ball. That being the only other thing that really responds to this kind of stuff. So gravity scale, 0.5, everything's going to be a little more chill now. I need to find what's allowing that to bounce off the ground with a certain amount of fortitude, but my guy loses all his energy as soon as he hits anything. What's going on there? Linear and angular velocity damp mode. There we go. That's what it's going to be. So damp replace. Timing ball is damp replace. Angular. Well, we do have a physics material. Here we go. Here we go. So they need a physics material as well. Let's see whether this guy has one. He does not. That would be why. There we go. Let's duplicate what we had and timing ball. Friction 0, rough on, bounce 0.5. Whereas this guy starts out as friction 1. Okay, not so much. And were they rough or not? Rough off. What does that even mean? If false, it will use the lowest friction of all colliding objects instead. Okay. Okay. So it distinguishes which one you want. Yeah, music engineer, you should totally try Godot. It is good for you to have new thoughts and try things. Absorbent, what does this mean? See, look how cool this is. It is not actually showing you all of it, but look, you can go here, and it's showing you tooltips for how the physics engine works. This is beautiful. This is a neat thing. Friction is 0. Rough means it determines which thing you get to use. And if it is true, it will use the friction of whatever this is. If it is false, all the colliding options will combine their friction and use the lowest one. Bounce is going to determine how that works. Absorbent, huh? Interesting. Subtracts the bounciness from the colliding objects instead of adding it. Huh. Huh. So that's going to just modify how this interacts with other things. But we're not really interacting with other things other than timing ball. So we've got that. We'll go back to here. 0. Absorbent. Resource is fine. Gravity scale is fine. Let's save all of that and see how this acts now. Well, now I am bouncing a little bit, but because we don't have any friction, we're not rotating, see? And that kind of defeats the purpose of having that be like where you could sort of park up here and then roll down the hill, and it would start the thing twirling, and it would make it harder to play because, so what we need to do is have more friction but also bounce. And what we could do there is have a partial friction, like 0.5, much like the bounce. And same with the timing balls. Not that they have to care, but that means that if things have spin, it'll start acting like a pool game. The spin will apply to different stuff. Now it'll act like this. See? We're rotating, we have friction, we have bounce, and that just made this guy grind to a halt really hardcore. So that's a very bad answer. That means timing ball needs to be, oh, it's friction against the background as well. That's got to be it. That's got to be it. Angular velocity damping of 0. Angular velocity of tanker is going to start out as 0, right? Right? No, it's going to be -1. Let's see if we have any highlights there. So by default, -1 is going to be default. So default angular dampen project settings physics 2D. Now I want to specify all of these things. Let's not use -1 for anything. Let's make that be a 0. See, friction is applying to the background as well. And that's bad mojo for this particular one because these little guys need to be a 1-minute warning on that. These little guys need to continue moving. It's bad if they fall to a stop. So we could try fooling with this again. And up top, our physics material, we could have this have 0 friction and 100% bounce, and we'll see what that does. Goes off the screen, and it'll just kind of go forever that way. I feel like it's maybe accelerating, and that's somewhat concerning. That said, it's doing a wonderful job of not running out of steam, so there's that. And this guy is, oh, the angular momentum, it's no longer spinning. And here we got another one, and it's absolutely not going to resist the prospect of going to the top of the screen. The other guy is just fine. So what happens when we keep fooling with this? Friction is 0 for that, huh? So if we have friction for tanker, if that also ends up being 0, then it no longer turns, which is reasonably suitable for some of these things. Our bounciness is not as high as the other thing, but it's enough to get off the end. And yeah, we're going to need some friction for these to have them work the way that we want, but we probably don't want 100% friction. Oh, something kicked in. So let's go right back and fool with this right back again. Let's see what happens when we have friction of 0.1 and bounce of 0.9. Kind of split the difference that way. And timing ball could be likewise. we'll have them be the same kind of thing. Because 0.5 was pretty well damped. My question being, if I do this, and I'm soon going to do the experiment of trying very large numbers of balls in here. Like we can steer. It will use the spin to sort of put English on things. And this ball is bouncing around quite enthusiastically up there, the timing ball. As we converge those features, it will become more of a factor, and we could also have less effectiveness. Or we can just skew the controls. See how we got the controls here? Go over to script. UI up. These velocities could be manipulated better, like instead of 0.4, down could be 0.2, and up could be 0.6, which will give you more of a upward momentum. And it feels as if it's doing stuff, but we still have basically the same amount of controllability for it with a lot of wild bounciness going on. It's got to feel kind of like you are the ball in the pachinko machine controlling it. And we got this guy aiming upwards now. Meanwhile, the other one falls down, so that's perhaps not optimal. And we want to keep that guy bouncing. The little tiny ball needs to keep moving around or game will be over. So we got to get out of the outside of this. Does it also do WASD? It does not, and there's a good reason it doesn't do WASD, because we have to type the letters to make them work. Okay, never mind that. What else can we do? Can we do a blinking light on the tanker, that's the ball that's being controlled? Do we even have such a light, though? That's the question. Well, we can if we add one. Add child node. Hey, it goes right to point light 2D. Let's see what we can make happen. A texture with the shape of the light must be supplied. Okay, let's make up a texture. What do we got? Can we do a procedural texture? Gradient texture. How about that? Apparently there's also placeholder texture. That's cool. Gradient texture. So if we quickly and immediately run this, it's going to do something extreme, and there it is. And that is, in fact, making a glow. And it applies to all of these guys. And it's on the backdrop. So there's that. And where's our positioning in the transform? Can we make it cast a light over literally everything other than perhaps the shadow? First of all, can we make it be a circular gradient? Linear, constant, nope. Cubic, nope. Color space, oh, that's all fine. It's interpolation. Can we do fill? Okay, linear, radial, hello, square. No, that's also not going to be what I have in mind. Repeat, A. Resource, no. No, that's not what we're doing. Hello. We're starting to look a little bit more like what we're talking about. Or perhaps not. Nope. Nope. Gradient's going to need to be reversed. Phil, I'm not going to be able to... Yes, I am. Hello. We're going to make a light that will work. And it's probably going to be just fine. And we're going to see it use HDR, huh? I'm not sure if that's going to be helpful. It will use glow effects. I don't think I'm going to need to do that. I'm pretty sure I know what that means. Interpolation, linear, eh? We don't want constant. And I don't think we want cubic. But what we do want to do is reverse these. And another thing we can do is not that, for starters. Let's add another instance. Okay, so we are getting somewhere. 0.5 to hello. Does this need to... Oh, there we go. Okay, we're getting there. Getting there. So now when we run this, we're making a lovely bright glow on the background of that, but it needs to be a lot smaller. And is it in fact affecting the shadow? Oh, we're so bouncy. We're so bouncy. I don't think it's shadowing. So let's see whether we can take that. It's really bright now so we can see it. And And we've got this. Okay, well, that's interesting. Get a load of that. It's some freaky stuff going on right there. We're not going to want to do that. If we want to step this part in to where it's not clipping, we need to move this like this. And now it's generating a glow just around the outside edge of that. It seems to be dragging behind like a fire. You know, that's probably fine. That looks cool. We'll live with it. And that light is nothing but a sort of continuing thing. Where's the value for this, though? And then we'll make a brightly glowing edge. Sure, neat. That way we can kind of see what's happening a little bit more. Our bounciness is very distracting. And yeah, we can make that work. We can make that work. I'm going to work on the physics a little bit later, but that is going to be workable. I'm trying to identify where in this, what do we got here? We've got, oh, nope, that's switching the sides. And that is making detents that they will snap to. Interesting. So if we have 10 detents, make that 8 detents. Then we have a sort of little halo going on. And we can determine how far the outside edge is. You see, now we can clearly see the outside edge, so that's no good. It's going to be halfway for not showing the outside edge, but going as far out. Very good, very good. That's what I wanted. And then we're going to add another and let's see whether maybe having the opacity manipulate does anything. Remembering that we can also add color here. Okay, that maybe is not what I had in mind, and I'll tell you why. Because the outside is failing to, but we can fix that by manipulating the opacity of all of these too. See, we did transparency. Now it'll continue doing its thing, but it's a much subtler effect, and we still have that band effect in here, don't we? Also, this is clearly not on the top. It is clearly underneath everything else. So inspector might show me node 2D transform canvas item. Okay, we're going visibility, top level. Can we render this literally on the top of everything? Well, with the argument that we're not actually showing it anymore, but we can fix that by, we just did the opacity, and now we are deciding that that thing that we did with the opacity was dumb and we're not going to do it. So, opacity back to full crank, which is done like this. Oh, it was 28? That's weird. No, it's going to be 255, isn't it? And then we're probably going to just straight up delete it. And then $255. Now when we do it, it still doesn't look like anything because setting it to, oh no, it just stayed there. It isn't moving now. Interesting. Interesting. We set it to top level, and now it's literally fixed. It's not even budging. But, see, pointlet 2D, is at top level, but we can move it. It's at such top level. We've told it to do that using the texture, and it's there on the top level. We've got all of this stuff going on. That's fine. We got light 2D, blend mode. Oh, let's crank up the energy, see what it does. Okay, that just made it extreme. So we might want to chill it out here. But we did need a texture to apply. So 1, back to normal, range, shadow enabled, no, lights don't throw shadows. Transform, here's where, see canvas visibility, top level. So its draw order will also be made to draw on top of things that don't have top level set to true. That's what we want. It'll act like that, but we have to update its transform. That's why it's doing what it's doing. So we got tanker here. We've got this. We'll be able to turn it on and off depending upon what we need to do in the game. It's more or less doing what we want, and I can tune the look in later. This is making me want to make another cup of coffee because this is where this stuff gets exciting. I'm going to make the Godot thing that I was talking about and put it on the title page of the video later. Because at this stage, I'm not enthusiastic about running off and doing something else. This is too fun. We've got our movement. Our movement is okay. We got some physics engine stuff to do. But we want to make point light 2D work. So what we're going to do is directly update point light 2D with tanker every time it moves. In fact, we could do batches of it to cause a sort of glowing streak effect. The question is how worth it that would be, because I'm not sure. And I think this may also overlay on top of Sprite 2D itself, and that might be good. So there's our continuing onwards. Oh, hang on, I got to deal with my wood stove. I got so excited that I forgot to maintain the wood stove. We're going to keep this going, by gosh. We ain't freezing today. That is not a thing that gets to happen. Freezing while working on a Godot game. No, sir. It's going to stay warm in here. Just a bit. Okay, either that's going to catch or it's going to dwindle out. But there's glowing coals in there, and it's still kind of warm, so I think it's probably going to catch. If not, I'm going to have to attend to that later. Where were we at? I'm very suspicious that this is not going to catch fire properly. I see smoke in there, but I don't want it to just fill in the chimney with smoke and make charcoal for the rest of the day. That would be very bad. So just a second. We're going to deal with this, and we're going to deal with it now. Boy, do I have this dark. Gosh. And we're not focusing very well, are we? I will totes worry about that later. This is what needs to be on fire. Come on, you. Got like egg carton materials in here and my trusty lighter. You are not just going to sit there smoldering. We're going to have a functioning fire in here. Off you go. There, that wasn't so hard. It's definitely warm enough to like take it from there. Very good. Back to this delightful craziness. I don't know how long I had that out of place. 45-second warning on people who see ads. So, we were making this work. This glowing part is where this dot started somehow. And its placement on the screen needs to be the same as the placement of this A. So for every given one of these, they will have their own point light 2D. Right now, I think they're all literally at the same place. It's at this default spot. So that needs to be updated. So after this bit, we go and find $ point light 2D. I don't think you get to do transform just like that. I don't think that works. I think I can do something like position though. Let's see, it will let me skip around here. See, we got transform angular velocity. None of that matters to a light. But these do appear to be things that have to do with this. And so we're looking for position. I think that's going to be the one. It's not perfectly in alphabetical order, which seems a little weird. Let's type P. Boom. Boom. There we go. Oh, hello. You don't work, do you? Interesting. Self-transform, what? Self-apply impulse, self-position. Very good, very good. I don't have to actually refer to transform there. Do I have to refer to it for the other one? I don't know, but we're referring to self-position Y and self-position X. Well, firstly, let's see if that even works. Maybe it already works. Nope. invalid set index position on base transform to D with value of type. So the question is, what does it want me to use? Because self position is vector 2. Well, we could see whether is it offering us any more. Oh, maybe it doesn't. Maybe self-transform. Let's see if this is still an error. Nope, didn't like it. Didn't like it one bit. So I guess point light 2D, maybe I shouldn't be going through transform at all. Bingo, got there. See, it's moving now. And it's being assigned to the correct thing. So we can make every single one of these illuminate with its own little glowing light. And that's exactly what we're going to try to do. I wish I could put a curve on the gradient. I'll tell you that. I wish I could put a curve on the gradient. It would look much better if I could. Now let's see whether we can directly assign position. That would be cool. If so, this just became really direct and easy and simple. And got there. So we now have luminous halo around our guy. Plus, it's actually not, it's drawing on the background, but it's not drawing on the dot in question. Well, let's start off by fiddling with some of these bits. Point light 2D, all of that is absolutely fine. But we want to make this, I wonder if it will do anything amusing if I tell it to do that. Does this look any different? Let's quickly throw in a crazy thing. So in the up here's globals. So look at the glowing view of, oh, these are taking a lot longer to get started now, are they? We have a limited number of flights. There's only so many. Which is okay, because we didn't want it to be all of them, but boy, yeah, this sure isn't all of the lights, is it? And game over. So that was amusing, but it didn't actually do anything helpful. Other than show me that not all the lights are showing. And that's interesting in its own right. Timing ball, tanker. This is associated with the basic ones. It's part of each instance, but there's only so many of them. I wanted to see whether lots of them would overlap and make a really bright color. That is not what we saw, but it's all fine. Here we have a 256 version. Let's see how much bigger that is. Okay, that's quite a bit bigger. Globals, apparently I'm not able to open. This is scenes, not other factors. So if we start off at 4, we can see how they overlap. And that will be fine. We just have a limited number of these, but we were only going to use a limited number of them because some of them will be shut off. And let's implement that right now. And maybe we'll move this down to the bottom because I have another idea for what I want to do with it. After this point, we have it being controlled. This is the bit that made them all go in continuous direction, so we're losing that. And being controlled equals true, so I can probably just use it as a Boolean. Oh, and I'm assigning. So how about let's just use it as a Boolean. And now we have to have an indented section. And then we're going to do something to the effect of enabled. Yeah, enabled is what I'm going to want. Oh, and I have to have the colon there. It's telling me to do it. So now, oh, and if being controlled true otherwise, we need this to be false. If this works, oh, it only turns on when that is actually see, I'm going to kind of want that to be appropriately lit for when it's the one that you control, even if you're not doing anything to it. I don't necessarily want it to just shut off. Oh, and game over. Can no longer control. Here we go. Here's another if statement. This is causing the light to flash on it. So if I find this Boolean statement instead, control key ... controlled, this will tell us whether, and we need that. This whole thing can be included inside this. This is the part that flashes the one that's engaged, and then this is the part that sets it back to default. And so all of this can live inside here, just like this. Boop. And likewise, boop. Now, if we do the same thing, it stays illuminated until we switch to another one, and then the spotlight is on that one. And how are we at illuminating like the little ball there? Well, it's a little hard to get to them, but that's fine. Yeah, it's only illuminating the backdrops though, but up and game over. Let's play with that gradient, shall we? Actually, if we zoop it over there, then it's definitely going to be, yeah, see, it's still kind of on the bright side, but we can adjust that too. Boop. B, C, and D. And sure enough, and so now all we got to do is sort of tame it. Or, since it is already flashing, let's animate it. How's that? Let's animate it along with the flashing of the letter, while keeping an eye on the wood stove and hoping it still goes. How shall we do that? We don't need this open any longer. Probably don't need to update the position either. So we'll just make sure it's off if not in use, and that should be absolutely fine. This is the one that modulates, so we need to also modulate the point light color, or the point light something. Let's find what we can do. We've got it selected, and it is here, and we've got it filled with the radial fill. I'm not entirely happy with this gradient, but if I put anything else in the gradient, it will create a kind of, like if I put anything in this gradient, what's going to happen is I'll have banding. So I don't really have many options as far as that's concerned. All I can really do is, well, I can scooch it around a little bit like this, but then we're going to have an edge to it, or not, or maybe not. I don't actually see an edge to that. Let's see how close we can get to visibly touching this edge before there's an obvious edge to it. Not bad. Okay. And it doesn't need to be full bright, so there's that. Again, mode linear. I think what I want is inverse cubic, but what hang on. Okay. I stand corrected. Cubic is in fact the one that I want. Although I'm a little concerned with the edges of this gradient, but it's fine. Now, what can we do in this point light 2D that will cause it to flash or glow or something? This stuff isn't going to relate, like fill is not going to be what I care to worry about, or is it? Let's see what happens. Nope. Nope, we don't like that. That's not helpful at all. Or at least you could do stuff with it, but I don't think it would be useful. That stuff is basically fine the way it is. Texture scale, huh? What happens when we do that? High texture scale. Oh God. Yikes. Okay. Not so much. Oh, interesting. What if that was what we did? Texture scale is 0.01 and there's no glow. Point light 2D texture scale. Equals licht. Alrighty. What's this gonna do? It doesn't like it. It doesn't like it. Now, is that because I have the wrong thing? Or is it because I'm using the wrong type of value? Over to this, over to this. Oh, texture underscore scale, eh? Is that what's going to do it? Let's have a gander and find out. Alrighty, okay. It sure is eye-catching. We've got a strobe going on here. Look at that. That strobe light is showing up real good, although it is not rendering on top of the shadow. And I'm not sure there's a way to make it render on top of the shadow, even though they're both on the top. Also, the flash is awfully fast. Well, we've also got point light 2D, which probably inherits this. So what happens if we have energy? And it will show me the correct. Boom, there we go. Larger the value, the stronger the light. That should do about the same thing. I don't know though, I think I like it better. I think the way this is flashing looks better. It's still a little bit exaggerated. I'm not sure if it needs to take up that much space. I think it can be smaller. That will mean tanker, point lights 2D, and up here, and we are going to modulate the width and height. If it was 64 pixels, it would look like this. And not even begin to show up, so that's no good. How about 128? Oh, I didn't do all of it, clearly. It has failed to establish one of them, but you can still see it. And I think I can modulate this in a useful way. But for the moment, let's just make sure that width and height are both working. Now let's skip the HDR. I don't think I'm really using that in this. How are we doing? I think the light is happier when it is a and it doesn't need to go all the way up to the full brightness, I think. But that said, this is a darn good way of applying that, at least until the game is over. So point light energy equals that. If I make this a lesser power, then it will tend to be lit more visibly, and I think that's actually kind of working. Punt. We're definitely going to need to work on the physics. Definitely going to need to work on the physics. But I'm reasonably happy with the look of this light, even though I have a fairly limited color palette here to work with. And I'm also pleased with the way that the... Oh, indeed, no. And we're over. Top layer, frames between updates, huh? It's not in globals. Game map, there's our segments, controlled, shiftitude. Just kind of having a gander at what's going on in here. So where was it getting that anyway? Dot dot, which goes back a frame. Oh, I see you. Top layer, timer GD, it's coming from here. So frames between updates is controllable? Or no, it's actually just being moved. If it's less than 0, it is blinking to 0.25 immediately. So what's happening here is this is doing stuff that is only happening some of the time. This is as fast as it's running. It's a float. Oh, we got a bunch of other stuff going on in here too. So frames between updates starts out here. We've got these, which are just the controls for things. They could be made to be something other than balls, but I'm still using all the same graphics for everything. As you can see, these warp balls are what make the game over thing happen. And it drops into place or not. Physics process delta is doing this stuff. So every blink is when it checks some of these things. So if getNodes in group tanker size is less than 1, meaning that all of the balls that are controllable have gone off the screen off the top, that's after the next blink. That is when it goes to a next thing. Otherwise, if the size is less than 1. Otherwise, if the timing ball is less than 1, it's game over. Otherwise, update the warp balls, meaning put up the score, I guess is how that works. Or update the score balls. So what that also means is that we can manipulate how this works by making it run 1,000 times slower, which will do this. We got this guy moving around. Actually, we've got 4 of them. And it is very, very slowly going to start lighting up and glowing. They may think that arguably this is too slowly. I don't need it to be as extreme as that. I think it was 10,000. So 100 times as fast as that. And it flashes into this bright light, which means that the A disappears for a moment, and then back down it goes to dimness. And then it's going to flash into the bright light. Meanwhile, these guys are shrinking away, but nope, I guess it just, maybe that was right when it was about to flash. Anywho, this is how we can manipulate the speed of flashiness, and so therefore it was going flash, 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 flash really fast, and we maybe want to dial that back, but not as much as this. Boom. Also, I wouldn't mind making that line fade out when it does this. It makes the A go away, and that's all cool and stuff, but maybe the A needs to not go completely invisible. I thought for a second it was turning to white font, but it is apparently not. If we run it at this, see, that has a fairly appealing look to it. I just don't want that to go as dark as it is. So override font color. It's like font color is being drawn as this should give me gray instead of stark white, because white is not registering. White is drawing as if it is just the background color. I'm not entirely enthusiastic with how the outline is still extremely bright. It makes it look as if the light is coming from underneath it rather than on top of it. And I'm not entirely enthusiastic about that. If it was going to do that, I don't need to assign it to top. The whole idea of sending it to top was to make it draw over the lines, over the shadows, over literally everything. And it is not willing to do that for me. So let's investigate that then. Visibility top level. We are not willing to show behind. Could be interesting. What does that do? It doesn't do anything useful. I want it to be drawing over the parent. Ordering. Okay. Okay. Now we're talking. Z as relative to what is in it, but Z index is what draws on top of what. So in theory, we will be able to make this light, which is part of the root level and is not actually drawing with the thing. It's drawing overlaid on top of everything else. We should be able to make it draw on top of absolutely everything. So ordering Z index, if we make it Z index of -10, are we drawing on top of things yet? I want to draw on top of that shadow, for instance, and it's not letting me do it. What Z index is the top level? Ordering Z index 0 relative to what? Relative to the basic scene. What have we got instructionally? Higher Z. Okay, so it's not higher Z index. Oh, and it only affects drawing order. Must be between item Z min and item Z max. I don't really know what those are, though. Well, back to tanker scene. So Z index of -10 was not useful. Z index of 10, does that draw on top of everything? Sure doesn't look like it's drawing on top of the outline. And it sure doesn't look like it's drawing on top of the shadow. I wanted to be able to make this shadow go away, but it's not doing a good job of it. So if we are not on top level, I'm thinking it's, no, if we're not on top level, we're not getting anything right now. And that may be because of our updating thing, where we're updating position. Let's see if we can't get rid of that one. And now it's moving around with it. Now it's fine. That said, we're still not drawing over the shadow. But I may be able to fiddle with that by assigning things. So see how it's got visibility layer and light mask? Maybe I can use a light mask to manipulate that. I do not know. But since Z is relative and Z index is relative to what is in here, then I may render, it's the drawing order, right? So I may be wanting to render this in front of others. So Z index higher would render it in front of others if the min and max are correct. And I'm trying to render it in front of that outline. But we're not seeing a lot of success with it. Let's make it flash a lot slower so that we can really study the phenomenon. This going lighter doesn't actually matter. Do we have Z-index issues here? This should be Ah, we drew it as -1, and now these guys don't have a border anymore. If we draw it as 1, then they draw in front of everything. So what we need to do is get an order going on. So let's get these guys in order. If we move this, I think we can also order them this way. Invalid node path? What's that even about? Well, we could just start manipulating the opacity of that like we're manipulating the opacity of the font. That would probably work just fine. What I'm really shooting for is, but these should be in order on top of each other, honestly. Like, move over here. Move on top of a dot flare. In theory, now, this should be drawing over everything. But it's not necessarily going to because it's a light. So it's not simply replacing. It is illuminating, meaning that we're changing the color of the backdrop in an interesting and useful way. But we're not getting everything working just right. However, and we don't need to manipulate this because we are no longer drawing on top level wasn't actually helping. I'm thinking we're going to do this all a different way. Firstly, we don't need to move these guys around, but we do need to alter sprite's opacity. So, sprite 2D, but it won't have an energy. It will have another quality, such as I don't know, visibility, texture. Oh, I know, maybe material. Nope, doesn't have a material. How does this thing even render? What's going on? Don't I have an opacity factor for this? Surely. And it seems to be quite happy to be told that it has energy. That makes absolutely no sense at all. Well, if we tell it to be modulate black, oh, it didn't like that after all. I think that has to be a color. I don't think it's scale we're going to want because we don't necessarily want it to be pulsating. But maybe it could be. So here's the thing. You notice how that outline is there? Well, if the outline shrinks just the tiniest amount, what's going to happen, and the outline shrinking for just that one, is it will become dimmer because it will be a thinner black area. So let's put that right back and ignore the rest of this stuff and scale. Which is an X and a Y, so I need to have both of those things. And that should work, and it will now flash and look bad. But it will do a thing, and sure enough, so full brightness is the full width, and as it contracts, so we're like subtracting. So instead of Licht times 2, it's more like 2 minus Licht, except for it's going to be a smaller value of Licht. But still, if we do 2, 2, that's what we've already got. So and we might as well tell it that these are going to be floats by putting the decimal point in there. Yeah, it should be similar now. But so we want to make it contract much less than this. But I think this is roughly the right idea. We are putting another slope on things, but we're probably going to still want to chop that down more. See, it's happening only just at the very beginning, but we still want to make it a whole bunch smaller. So more parentheses, more calculations. Let's just have that be a power of 2, which we can yeah, we're just scaling it down, aren't we? So simple math equation of and we'll scale that up as we go. As much as needed. There we go. See that? It's blinking out a 1-minute warning on ads. And as it flashes, it's just a ball of light for a second. And then it sort of comes back to size. So we want that to be way, way smaller. Let's dial it back to 0.1 rather. Now let's see if we can make the letter behave differently too. Oh, that letter can dim a little bit more than it is. And our scaly back can go back more than it is. So scale can go from 0.1 to 0.2, and that'll do a little bit more. All of these effects have been scaled back a little bit too much. And then let's get back to the speed of our original flashing. Oh, no, letter needs to be blanking out more than that. It makes it look like it's not doing anything. These are all very simple little mechanical things. They're just sort of on a bit-by-bit basis. And there we go. That seems good. It feels as if there's a light flashing there. Like it makes it look as though, wow, that's something that's really going on. There's a physical thing that's happening. My problem is that we are not able to do it through the shadows, and it really needs to light up the shadows a lot more than it is. So, Sprite 2D, light mask. Point light 2D, here we go. So this should tell us a little more about this. Layers in which this responds to light 2D nodes. Well, this is, in fact, a light 2D node. So let's enable layer 2 as well as layer 1. If we don't enable layer 1, well, hang on a second. I didn't think that was going to do anything when I had shut the light mask off. Oh, visibility layer. And then visibility layer, the viewport will render it if all of its parents share a layer with this canvas cull mask. So light mask, it's the layers in which this responds to light 2D nodes. So the light 2D, which this is, well, hang on. Okay, range. Item call mask, okay. Item call mask, only objects will be affected by the light 2D. I would like to affect that shadow layer. I've got it on the background. The question is whether I can make it be affected by it. That's in layer 2 now. I'm pretty happy with how this is, although it's a little bit broader than I really wanted it, but that's fine. We'll live with it. But we're not affecting that shadow yet. See, we're behind the shadow, we're not lighting up the shadow. That's not how this should go. If we do find a fix, we're going to have to do it for every single one of these. But, like, worth it. So here we are. L shadow. And level and texture rect. So this is affected by the canvas item. Its ordering is Z. It's visible. Light mask and visibility layer. Shadow, however, light mask and visibility layer, but can we make it affect by the light? Signs point to no. That does not look like it's being affected by the light. And we do have multiple lights, so that's a bit of a drag. However, we could get kind of funky. So my challenge here is we have multiple possible controllable items. It's not just only the one. I could, however, make one and just kind of run with it. And when things get busy enough, I'm going to want more logs in the fire and I want another cup of coffee. We're thinking about taking one of these lights and assigning it to literally on the level, having a light on L shadow, chasing it around and illuminating it. The challenge there is, how do we know what level we're operating on? So, well, hang on. So this is top level. Doing light mask didn't actually help, so I'm going to go and put that back now. Just as soon as I go to tanker scene, very good. So item cull mask did nothing, light mask did nothing, visibility layer, blah, blah, blah. We need to make one of these that draws on the background on top of that shadow. That shadow is a white area, so if we draw white on top of it, it will fade it at exactly the right place. And that'll be pretty much perfect. That'll be exactly what we wanted. But we don't have that going right at the moment. And I had a bunch of things I needed to do, so for now, we're going to bounce over to self-care. Another cup of coffee, another log for the fire, all that kind of stuff. This is how you know it's going well, though. You know it's going well when the hacking on the thing is so distracting that everything else starts getting forgotten. It's irritating, no doubt of that, but it's also encouraging. And this is probably fresh enough that it will start up without me having to start it. I'm just giving it the stink eye now, going, catch fire, damn it. With that amount of glowing, it's probably going to. Yep, got there. Come on, you. Come on, you can do it. There we go. Oh, I forgot to put the hourglass on. Hang on. We know what we're doing. Yeah. And what we are doing for now is grabbing another cup of coffee, which is probably the last one I can make for the day. And we are going to make the background shadow get modulated by the light that is part of the moving guy in there. We are going to make one that works. There we go. Honestly, this is pretty exciting. I didn't realize that this was going to be as engaging. I mean, this is just an old game that I had. Started porting it to Godot, and all of a sudden there is just a flood of ideas and things to try to do, and hacking away. And the new version of Godot is better at both showing you what you could possibly do, and I haven't even gotten into doing it with C#. That's going to come. I'm still sort of trundling along in GDScript. But so many of these aspects of it are related to the engine, the guts of the engine. And it's doing a better job of telegraphing what you can do and how you can do it than it's ever done before. So I'm really quite enthusiastic about that. So let's see. Oh, hello. Visibility top level on. That's not the same setting as what was there before. Interesting. In fact, oh no, wait, this is exactly the same one as I had before. Well, one thing at a time. Making a cup of coffee, and I'll come back with it. Wow, did I like put the thing on and like literally not flip it? I can't believe that I've been absent for a full 10 minutes. That can't be true. Yep, well, that's the icon. That's the timer icon, is wait for thing to happen. So here we are back in Godot, or actually the stream never left Godot, but I did. I went and got a cup of coffee. We're not going to be drinking any more cups of coffee beyond this one, but it's a good cup of coffee. The fire is working again. I had gotten so caught up in this that it went out. And we're looking at a bunch of code for the purpose of taking this flashing thing, and we have done the visual things to make it look as though that is a bright flash. In fact, we can definitely push the brightness of this. It looks like the A is unaffected, which is not supposed to be the case. That A there is supposed to look like, oh, and game over, like it is flashing. So, color override. We'll take it all the way up to 0.6. And that is going to have this, and we're going to, this is altering the curve for how it's working. I'm a little puzzled by how it's ×4. But increasing the power function should increase the intensity of its behavior. Also, while I'm at it, as long as we're rapidly fiddling with things, we're going to rapidly fiddle with this. Texture, gradient, we're going to move this back because I wasn't entirely happy with how the center of that felt like it was a solid color. We don't want that. We want the center of it to look like it's more of a taper. In fact, I can also manipulate that, but at the cost of making a banding effect. Although we could throw in multiple, like what I'd like to do, see how it says either cubic or linear? I think maybe cubic is actually the wrong effect, because cubic, see, it looks like a sphere. It needs to be inverse cubic. So I do actually want linear rather than cubic. That should look more like, I don't know, the top of a cone and fall away to blackness more effectively. Whereas if you make it to be cubic, then it seems to be rounding off and it falling off more rapidly. That's the opposite of what I want. So back to linear, back to this. And we're trying to make it black out that shadow, which is a hand-drawn watercolor shadow. And let's fiddle with the gradient a little bit again. Just expanding it outwards so that we have a brighter flash closer to the edge of the guy, but without actually being a circle. Okay, so that's cool. And so what I'm going to do is fiddle with the gradient again. Let's put a middle point. And then let's darken that. Actually, hang on, no. Let's do it like this. Do a middle point. And darken that just a bit. Then do another middle point. Darken that. Do another middle point. darken that by roughly the same amount each time. Do another middle point. Darken that. And we're going to hopefully not have too much banding just because we are so aggressively tapering it. And how did that go? That looks like a light flash to me. I am satisfied with how that one ran. It really does look like there's a light in there flashing on it. Although now the edge is too obvious, so I need to fiddle with that as well. Sprite 2D scale. Let's see if taking it to 0.25, oops, is going to be any good. Oh yeah, that looks a lot like it's a blinding flash, and yet it doesn't actually hit you, but if you look away from it for a second, it really registers as, yeah, that's a strobe. Sometimes it hits more than others. Oh, game over. But that visual is working nicely. Now let's see how we can draw on some other lighting plane. So here's what we're doing. And it's not actually game map that we're going to be drawing on. It's going to be one of the levels, segment W. So we can throw that away for the moment. And here we are. So this is the bit that we want to draw on top of. Now if we set that to, oh no, we've got it set to top level. If we don't have it set to top level, it doesn't draw. Also, we got a funny line here for some reason. Oh, I see why. Has to do with this being there. That's weird, and I don't know what's causing it, but so not necessarily top level. It is visible, and manipulating our Z index is enough to make it be on top or not. So Z index of 2, not relative. Oh, interesting, interesting. It's no longer lining up right. Not even slightly. The shadow is supposed to be here. Interesting. So top level is what is making it draw in the correct place. Only then will it work. So here's the question. If we're not drawing out on top level and then we reposition it to be in not the correct space, but we'll move it until it's roughly in the right space and see if that helps. It is visible, its Z index is not -1. Level 23 is apparently at level 0. So if we have it at this, things are rendering the way they're supposed to. But is this drawing up? No, we're over the top of that now. This is supposed to be shading these, but not that little light. It's not actually doing that correctly. So, can we manipulate like literally the whole Z index of everything everywhere? Z as relative is off for the shadow. Ordering Z0, Z as relative is off. So that can be 0. And then we have the little guys being 1. And then the shadow 2. And then the light 3. Will that work? First of all, will it work like this? Signs 0.2, we got there, kinda. Background 0. Guys are clearly at 1. And then the light is not yet at 2. And we need to adjust the positions of these better. But back to Tanker. What does this now look like? What's our visibility? Ordering. Z as 0, no. Z as 1. Collision shape 2D does not matter. Ordering. Z is 1. Dot flare. Ordering. Z is 1. Point light to D. Ordering. Z rather than being 1, that is now 2, and it is not relative, nor is that, nor is that. What's this? It doesn't change the input. Okay, I don't care. I want the drawing order to be thus and so. Now what have we got? We are not successfully drawing underneath the shadow, or we're not making the light draw over the shadow. Everything is still registering under the shadow layer. That is not awesome. That is not great. Let's see what else we can do with this mess. If I tell point light 2D to be top level, it will be shown there, and I don't actually have anything else as top level. So how did we manipulate that last time? Because this might be our answer. Script for you, please. Point light 2D enabled. Yeah, when everything is top level, it no longer relates to anything else. Got to separately do it. So, let's see. And was that all we needed? It was all we needed. Does this now work? No, it does not. What the hey? We've got this on top level. Why is it not drawing over this other stuff? It's like it's able to draw over the background, and it's not able to draw over the shadow, even though the shadow, well, or is it? I am disappointed. What even is the deal? Let's duplicate you. You are no longer, let's see, where's my, This could still work, we're just getting real messy. 2 lights, two. They both follow the same instructions. They both exist in this context. They are duplicates, meaning if I edit them, I have to edit them both together, which is pain, but never mind. Okay, so for starters, this should just start out as being excruciatingly bright. And we've got one that is following and one that is not. So we're stretch. Yeah, I think the struggle with this is what is causing me to cringe and wince. Item call mask. I really want to draw this on top of that other thing. Boy, do I ever. I can always just add them to all of those levels. Just have one light that comes through and interferes with the other thing. And I do not really want to do that because I want to do it from here if I can. Really want to do it from here if I can. So I need to work on these in the inspector. This needs to, there we go, not be top level. And the other one was top level, and I can't find where that's set anymore, but let's see whether it now just works. I'm going to say that's a yes because that's a very bright flash, but we want to assign one of these not to this canvas. Although it looks kind of cool, but not enthusiastic about that part. We now need to apply that other flash only to what's in here. Shadow not enabled. This light is enabled. Energy and everything about it is being modulated just the way it should be. Texture. There are some details we can get into later, but visibility, visible, top level. So here's the thing. The rendering layers in which it responds to Light 2D nodes. Well, are we in fact, if we run a Light 2D node on this layer, producing its graphics overlaying on it, does that mean that light is going to apply to the shadow layer? Apparently not. Apparently it is not going to apply to the shadow layer. Therefore, this stuff, none of it actually matters, because at no point are we actually able to add to a layer that we're not on. So being on top level means nothing to it, because we're not drawing. It doesn't see any of the stuff under it in the rendering layer. All it's able to do, it's like, imagine, if you will, and I think I can do this. Or no, wait, I'm going to need to go here, won't I? Segment W. Imagine, if you will, if we've got this, so we're trying to draw on that, but our game, the layer that we're doing these moving guys on, looks like this. So we can draw that flash all we want, but it will do nothing. In fact, this flash is doing literally nothing. Because we can draw this stuff, but some of the like overlays and additive so on or whatever only work against another backdrop. and we're not getting to see any of the backdrop. We're trying to draw on this layer here, but by the same token, we're not getting to draw a flash on top of that or anything else. And the bit that we are able to draw on top of it's able to draw on top of this, but it's not able to draw on top of anything else. Also, it feels like I feel like it's not registering everything that I want it to be registering. Like, are we actually not able to get this near this dark or black area? And can we not do a add mode on top of the black? Is it only doing the add mode on top of stuff that's not black? Or is it like, is that affecting the black, or is it being blocked off by like the collider or something? That's my question. Let's find some areas where it's darker. Like going up here, it sure is able to affect that, but as we get closer to these darker shades, the flash doesn't seem to be doing as much. Maybe that's why it's not having its effect. So back into the breach real quick. We should be using add mode. We've got a material that's empty. We're inheriting the filter. Point light 2D is a light that's being applied using a texture. Texture scale is like thus and so. Blend mode. Okay, so what can we get with, say, mix? What happens there? Oh, I see. So add mode lights it up, but mix strictly overlays everything about this, including this black square. But something about it, like, let's see some of the other options. So if we do subtract, then nothing happens at all. But what if we get close to the black areas? These things are going to die. It's actually shaping up to be a bit of a difficult game, so there's that. Oh, here's a thought. Here's a thought. Check this out. Let's see what we can do with this. We've got mix, but we're not, this isn't a graphic. It could be a graphic, but it's not. It's not a graphic, it's a gradient. And the gradient has the capacity to do alpha. That said, I'm going to totally have to strip out all of these again. But if I do that, let's see what we get. We're doing a gradient from here to here, but we can do a gradient from there to transparent, and we can even trim the color too, for that matter. But for now, this is now a transparency gradient, meaning that we can layer it in mix. Let's see what happens with this. Still got some issues. That looks like more black than I really need to be there. What's going on? So it's 255, 255, and so on. And this is supposed to be white. With a opacity of black underneath it. So what's going on? Why am I getting black out of this gradient that's completely transparent? That seems fine. Light 2D, the color seems fine, although energy is having its effect. Blend mode equals mix. What happens if we do blend mode equals subtract? We got nothing. If we go back to blend mode equaling add, I'm pretty sure we're not going to have, like, yep, we can see that. That's just fine. But it's not doing anything. Let's shut off this extraneous one while we're at it. Were we working with that one? Or, oh, we have two. We have two, so one of them's still black. That's what it is. So this is the one that has a transparency. The other one is still there and is still set up to be black. So, blend mode for mix. With this, which now has transparency, no use of this other point light. And that's absolutely not what I had in mind. Interesting. Interesting. We've got like a black light. Hey, it's very day glow. Guzzling the coffee as I try to figure out this nonsense. So interesting, interesting, interesting. And this one is the one that's set to top level. I have made it update. And it is, that doesn't matter. And it is set to add blend mode. So if we have only this one works as before. But we actually can't see our shadow anymore because we fiddled with it. So let's turn our shadow on, and then maybe we can see what the heck we're trying to do. That's the previous behavior. Back to Tanker, we can close this up. No, we just randomly made a... There we go. Sometimes it feels like the manipulation of the controls are a little tricky. Over to the point light 2, which is now in mix blend mode with transparency. Here's the transparency. This is supposed to generate transparency rather than darkness underneath. We'll see whether using HDR does anything. And we're drawing in black, although we are drawing in black in such a way where it feels like it is combining with the shadow, and that's at least a positive thing. Then if we... I don't think HDR is going to change a dang thing there. Fill is unhelpful. Light 2D blend mode. Again, subtract. Oh, now we can really see it affecting things there. Subtract is doing this particular kind of flash. That's cool, I guess. And add should give us our normal behavior, but we were not having it successfully illuminate this shadow. And it's still not. We are not adding to this shadow. Hey, Focomas. I'm doing like heavy Godot engine, which is neat in its own way, but it's also it's stressing me out enough that I'm tensing up like crazy. That said, this is along the lines of interesting stuff to do, so I feel enthusiastic about it anyway. It's a little bit like coding plugins on stream, except for that it's coding a video game on stream. So, here's the one that is not rendering on top. Process is not where we get that. Ordering, I think, is where we, no, visibility. Yeah, visibility is where we get that. So if I go to the visibility of this, it's depicting as top level. And we have code in here for dealing with that. I think we can also revert this, revert the transform, and then if we run this again, yep, the shadow is drawn in the right place, but we can't make it go away with this flashing light. And that's what I'm shooting to do. So the next stage, having reverted that, is we do a different thing here. And the, well, thank you. I try to keep people up to speed, especially when there's not lots and lots and lots of people watching. But, see where we're at. Okay, so we need to basically take this away and remake it here. So how are we going to do that? We are going to, we can leave it like that. Ordering is fine the way it is. I'm going to want to copy that and paste it in the hopes that I can make it apply to what I want to make it apply to. It is not set to top level. So right now what we've got, actually I don't even need to worry about that. Let's do it like this. We'll delete that and then we will literally duplicate it. Or actually, no, don't even need to bother. Let's literally copy it and go over to here and literally paste it on the end. If that works, and we can drag this over so that it only applies as a child of El Shadow. Now, this will not move, but we may have, nope. Some of this stuff is going to need to move to where it belongs, isn't it? I need to make it point to O, or do I? Can I go to the root level? Because here's the thing. This is going to die if I make it be associated to any given level that like I feel like we're drawing, we have the root, which is where the big colliders are. Then we have the level, and that changes and swaps out. Then we have these guys that are moving around, and then I need to make another one that corresponds to any level that I happen to be on, but is able to move around and draw on top of the other stuff. So let's take a moment, just for the moment, and have a quick look at game map scene. This doesn't have anything on it yet. That is top layer. Camera 2D is attached to this. And then we've got borders. But this is kind of like what we're talking about when it says, like, please draw this on top layer. So let's see whether this actually works. The script on it is timer. Camera 2D is stationary. If we place our point light there and maybe move it around a little bit, but we might be able to see it there. And we've got it set up just the way that it was before. And we got to go to here and take that back away again. This is still not going to work because we're still addressing a thing in the main one where that doesn't apply, but we can temporarily take that out of there, in which case this should run. There we go. See, this flashing one is part of the root thing. That other one is part of the camera. So that should draw on top of literally everything else in the scene. And we should be able to see that by drawing it under. Oh, no, we died. We're going to attend to that too. We should be able to make it kind of hard to see this guy if it is really being drawn over all this other stuff. Although, I don't know, I feel like it's not drawing on top of these. So over to game map, over to 2D, top layer. Do we have visibility? Yes, we do. Visible on, top level, that's on. So children of this should also be on top level. Does it still draw? It does. Everything's bouncing now. What made that happen? I feel like that's not actually drawing on top of literally everything, though. Punt. Do I need to make this independently be visibility? Top level A. Let's see whether we can make that work. All this should be top level. I mean, it's literally called top layer. I don't know what the deal is. Like, did I simply call that top layer and then have Z index? No, or okay, we're still trying to figure all this out. Where have we got to? Well, one thing we've got is that all these guys bounce now on startup. That's weird. And we're not able to make that add apply to these things. So let's back out some of the changes we made. Visible on, ordering Z as relative. However, we took some of these things away, so let's revert these to literally how everything else was. Oh, that's a collision shape. That doesn't have rendering at all. Z as relative and 0. Then these things are being drawn in order of what is on the screen. So it'll draw them sort of top down. And this should still look basically right. But we're still having trouble drawing any of that stuff on top of this. And maybe that's just because it's being drawn as add rather than drawn as something else. This is freaking me out, the way that I can draw add on top of the background, but I can't draw add on top of something else also part of the background. That feels really weird to me. Game map. Point light 2D. Enabled. Blend mode mix. And we do have this with our texture being... Come on, show me the texture. That is against transparency. Oh, interesting. All of a sudden we're not drawing at all. It was right there. It was there in the middle. And now it's not. So, why are you not drawing? Is it because you're using HDR? Is it because we haven't told it to be visible in top level? What if we show behind? Nope. Mix mode is maybe not happy times for it. Add mode again. Okay, add mode, we can get it to draw. And I know I can make it chase this other one because this is a fixed drawing place. But I can't get it to obscure everything else on the screen, which is what I need to be able to do that if I'm going to be able to draw over. Although, maybe this one being part of the camera will draw over the shadow? Let's find out. Let's find out. Can we refer to game map node 2D top layer point light 2D? Or indeed just straight up to just on the same layer as top layer, which has that stuff on it. It's just a node, so we don't actually need it to be top level, do we? No, we don't. In fact, there's nothing to see about it. I don't think we can even do ordering on the camera. That didn't work. Here's how we do this. There, now if we're lucky, that draws on top of things. And it did, but it sure didn't draw on top of the shadow, did it? What is the deal with this? Is this simply the fact of... Is this just about you can't do add to black? Is that what this is about? And then if we do mix, you can't see it at all. If you do subtract, you do in fact make a black shadow. That could be useful in other ways, but it's not useful for me right now. However, I've got this placed permanently onto the... yeah, it's fine. It's all fine. Light 2D, subtract energy of, how about -1? Nope. That's not a thing. You can't invert it that way. Can we make a shadow that is... no, that's not going to be... That's not a thing. That's not a thing at all, not for this. Response to Light 2D nodes. Well, this is in fact a Light 2D node. We're just not happy with what it's doing. So visibility layer. Let's make everything about this be visibility layer 2. We can still see it. Interesting. I guess the viewport's not culling this. So the rendering layer in which this canvas item is rendered by viewport nodes. And light mask, the rendering layer in which it responds to Light 2D nodes. There's our add. I feel like this is strictly a thing of maybe I just better make a white texture to overlay over this stuff. Maybe that's what it has to be. I don't know, that doesn't seem right. Woof. Well, looks like we made it be a sprite and it retained its texture. Interesting. Let's see what we have now. Hello. That's interesting. That might arguably be a useful behavior, because now that is showing a lightning effect that is also quite opaque, I would add. The question becomes, if we are, and this is no longer even a point light, so let's not have it be named this. We are drawing sprite 2D. Visibility, light mask, visibility layer. Can I make it draw only on particular things underneath it? We can make it draw all right. That's for sure. But we are having not a lot of luck at any of the other aspects of that. But, can we talk to it from here? Well, it's not a light, so we don't need to affect that, although we will be wanting to affect the... Let's look into specifically updating its position. So we got to go and find that now. / not top layer, but sprite 2D. Now what have we got? It crashed. Expecting a node path, eh? How did we implement that previously? Oh, we have to have it in quotes. That's what. There we go. Now, are we any further? Yes, we are. And in fact, this almost works. Okay, that's weird. Why is it not affecting that? The rest of it is more or less operating correctly, but we haven't modulated the brightness of it at all, though. But we're not really affecting the shadow layer as much as I would have thought. However, we are, oh, and it stopped. It gets left behind when the game is over, huh? It's drawing over the background and not over the shadow. What is up? What is up with this? One thing at a time. That's not where I need to look. But this is. Alrighty. Clip shoulder. Okay, maybe not. Ordering. How about let's put the ordering back too, and then maybe it'll start behaving itself a little better. We've put a bunch of ordering things back. Did we put back the ordering of segment W? Z is relative. Z is relative. Maybe that will help. Let's see. Looks like we've gone back to the very first behavior. Interesting. Again, we are trying to, let's exaggerate this some. We got a sprite 2D. Our transform, it's going to be like this. Texture. Offset, that's fine. We're not actually animating. Visibility. Z index. Okay, so if we do tell it to be Z index of 1, relative to what? I don't know. If we tell it to be Z index of 1, it's drawing on top, all right. And that looks a little bit like it's drawing on top of the shadow. Okay, we're starting to get to somewhere. We're going to stop and restart. So if you have the light mask and visibility layers turned off, then we don't see it. If we have a visibility layer of 2, we absolutely do see it. If we turn a light mask on but not the visibility layer, we don't see it. And it's not actually a light 2D node, so that's a bit of a moot point. It can respond or not as we see fit. So basically it's asking whether or not we want to render things at all, but this is not helping us with the layering. So they might as well be default settings for the layer names. This almost looks like you switch these things on and off to make stuff turn off and on in the interface. See, now I'm wondering whether I can add a light to the sprite. Have that be childed to that so that it moves, and then we change it to a light instead of a sprite. Where did we get that? Change type. Maybe light 2D is not actually. Oh, and rename. And then we can move those around. We'll see whether it's twice as bright, first of all. Oh God, yes. Oh man, that's super bright. And it's capable of completely getting rid of the shadow, but I don't know how I'm going to make it darken that shadow. So if we shut off, oh no, if we shut that off, then we shut both of them off. That said, this is scale 1. Oh no, I bet that it's a child, so it's going to scale with the scale too. We'll make it twice as big and see what that looks like. Oh, that's bright, and that is very effectively covering up this, but I'm having a difficult time working out how I'm going to just only occlude the, see, now this is like a burning, shining thing of doom. It is the orb. And then if we don't have the light on it, it's a burning, shining thing of doom, which looks pretty much exactly the same, but doesn't have that light quality to it. Why are the segments not combining this with the shadow? Visibility, modulate, show behind, top level. I guess these are all on top level? Well, let's find out. One in the middle I would not have done anything with, so segment L. So there's our shadow. It has been set to top level. So visible, show behind, and we've got it with multiply blend mode. So is this just auto shading? Hello. We are on unshaded light mode. That might be significant. Let's go quickly back to the one that we're actually working with. That stuff is back to normal. If we take top level off, we stop seeing that at all. But if we okay, so Z index. If we put Z index to 1, it draws on top of root. Or if we make it be the child of, this might be where we need to get with it. Oh no, hang on. Perhaps not. If we have it on top level, but the child of, and it drew, I'm feeling like there should be a way of getting around this. Let's go back to hiding that. We're going to go back to only this. And we're going to see whether we can't make it so that this does do something with this shadow, because we can plainly see the shadow is overshadowing the literal light that's supposed to illuminate it. That can't be right. So, segment W, Z index of 0, it could be top level or not, and it doesn't seem to care. If we tell it to be not top level, then all of a sudden its position is terrible. So that's no good. That was the light. Why do we even have that light there? instead we've got all of this stuff. This is going to be cumbersome if I have to go through all of this. That might be not something for a stream. But having done that, if I set the transform to this, oh man, that can't be right. What's the difference between you and you? Documentation for this object. Well, texture. Click on that. Read only. That's fine. It's supposed to be read only. If I do the same with you, are you also read only? Yeah. Properties. So the deal here is this guy here, it's working fine except for it's got its top corner up at this top corner. That is all good. I wonder what, oh, presets. Hello. Is this the answer? That doesn't look appropriate at all. So level 23. This is, change type, a texture rect. The other one's a sprite. What happens if I turn you to a texture rect? I'll have to do that for a lot of things. If I turn you to a texture rect, you didn't work. Oh, and it's configuring, it's warning me about that. However, it moved it right over. Interesting. So we've now made a sprite and a texture rect. This now flashes, and it is not, repeat, not changing the overlay mode. Now, if I go to here, it's warning me so stringently about this. So we'll order it this way. We can see that it changes a packety this way. And making that change means that it does just line up correctly right away. But I still can't make, oh, hang on, I lie, yes I can. Now this draws on top of that, but all of it draws on top of that. Interesting. So this could perhaps be a challenge. So is keeping it moving in the face of all of this nonsense. So once more into the breach. Then back over to here and enable these things that make it much brighter. Now that's floating around on the top of everything. Does this now draw over this? Looks like it kind of does. The question is, can I make it not draw over the character? If I didn't have the light, what would I have? Apart from just obscuring this guy. If I didn't have the light, I am able to occlude the shadow. but our z-index of 0 So the order in which we're drawing all of these things determines how this works. This works by... it's challenging. It's causing me to tense up something fierce. So z-index. I can make this be a higher z-index, at which point it is drawing this sprite, and we don't need... well... let's see what happens when we go back, but this light gets drawn with the z-index. And gets moved to here. And it's not going to be following properly, but we can edit a thing to make it be following properly. Well, first of all, do we have anything at all? Yes, we do. That's a glow. No question about it. The question is that a glow that will... hello? Hi. Look at you. You are a big old glow that's applying to the background, and it is applying to some of that shadow, but it's not drawing over our moving guy. Interesting. Interesting. I'm liking this result. Then if we do sprite to D, make that be a child of this, which means we can no longer address it correctly in our little controller, but that's fine because we can just go through and change that to light 2D. And then both of those things will move around, and we can still see this guy, but we are affecting both the background and the shadow. And we're making it all real bright. So if we shut off the light on this guy, then the overall brightness is going to be somewhat less, but it's still pretty intense. And we are, sure enough, casting light on that shadow, especially with our additional sprite. Just like this here. And if we shut off the sprite, we're casting light just on... you know something? That might be fine. I'm not entirely happy with how the dark areas are still showing as dark. That seems wrong. But I don't know any other way that I can really get at it. Other than, let's see, transform. 1 to 1. And where's our transform? 2. If I do this, we've got our light. Oh, sprite's not drawing at the moment. And I bet I know why. Ordering z-index. Z is relative. This light is doing its thing, but this one needs to be 1 over, I think. At which point we've got, oh yeah, this is quite bright, and we're able to draw this over the background most intensely. It's also drawing over light 2D, and that's no good, so let's make light 2D be 1, see if we, no, that actually doesn't look any different. It's no better. And if we shut that off, both of them shut off. So turn that on, and let's see whether maybe we can make this render half visibility. Here's our texture. Here's our sprite 2D at double size. We're now going to go in and have the opacity of the white color go to about 128. Now we've got a half brightness. If we make this blink, this will do a good job. It is not flashing the way that the other one did, but this is about the amount of intensity we want on the light. Let's quickly go into Tanker and turn its point light back on again and see if we can see a result. There's a flash, and there is a degree of illumination which I feel more or less works. It's kind of being blocked out by the light, but then we don't have the blinking left. We do not have the blinking left. So we got a position is being chased correctly, but we're not chasing opacity. So here's game light. We're not moving light 2D, we're just moving sprite 2D on top of it. That might have something to do with how this is working. Sprite 2D was the center, so or did I have that backwards? I think I do have that backwards. We want to move light 2D first, so and then sprite 2D is a child to it, so it's being trucked along behind it. The light can be at full power. And where's our transform? Visibility, that's fine. Where's our transform? Transform. Okay, that is actually scaled correctly. If we scaled both of these together with each other, then that white area is going to be the same as it was before, but now I see that little glow behind it. And that's looking like a way of illuminating things nicely. We just need to back it off a little bit and then also make it flash. That one is the one that is flashing. Now it is not. And if we make this one here even less opaque, it's going to look a little more convincing. So let's see. There's our gradient. And we're going to go from here down a little more. There's our flash. That is effectively causing a lightning effect, although it's not as effective as I would kind of like it to be. But that's roughly the amount of interaction I'd like to have on that. We just don't have it flashing yet. Oh, I know how I can turn this off just to check by doing this. Light 2D's energy doesn't have to be 1, it can be 0. There, now we have a illuminating the shadows, but that light isn't there. And now if we put it back on this one, that flashing is definitely working, but the overall illumination is not. But Sprite 2D probably can be flashed. Light 2D is at 0. So scale, I'm looking for basically transparency here. I'm looking for basically being able to make that background one flash by modulating something about it. With this, we're modulating the scale, which is not really what we're going to want to do, although maybe it is. Maybe just modulating the scale of that is going to work. So if we did this and then duplicated it, and then went in knowing that both of these things scale. So that background area, oh, nope, it's going to be light 2D that I scale and sprite 2D is connected to it. We can also modulate the brightness of it while we're at it, but first let's see if we can just make it work. That's not modulating at all. Transform scale, that should be doing something, honestly. Light 2D scale, this should be modulating too. We can modulate energy while we're at it. Let's keep trying stuff until we get something that works. Oh, well, that doesn't work. Oh, because it's not a vector 2. There we go. We don't need a vector 2 for a single thing, do we? Not only that, this one's going to go brighter, so this one is going to pass through this directly. Also, shouldn't we be calling it point light? Do we have a separate? We do. I guess we just called it light, but it's actually a point light. This is glowing, but that white area is not flashing. That is staying where it is, following it around. So how about the energy flashes, but this modulates scale. Nope, nope, that's not. I can see that it's still illuminating even when the flash is not happening. Let's simplify things. Tanker, well, that's not really what I meant to do, but okay. And point light goes away. Now we do not have a flash on the actual sprite. We've only got what's happening in the overlay factor, and the overlay factor is successfully doing a flash, which may or may not be affecting the shadow area, because previously it would not affect the shadow area at all, like not even slightly. And then we've also got, in game map, we've got these two things. So if we make sprite 2D not go, and the light part is flashing, I feel like that's kind of doing its thing to some extent. Let's go back in here and see if we can make it more intense. Or we'll go back in here and scale it. Oh, not that much. I'll just try 2. That's a light, and that has been scaled. And it's kind of sort of lighting up the shadows, and it is certainly registering over that shadow plane, which is more than it was doing before. That said, that guy was supposed to be rendering under the shadow plane, and only the light is supposed to be rendering over it. So, we've got something going on here. How are we going to make this nonsense work? Well, we're looking at L shadow, and we've changed it to be a texture rect. If we can make these work, like -1 hides it, +1 layers it, and it layers it correctly. So z and x of 1 should make it over these. And it is. Because these are supposed to be shaded, but it's not supposed to be over the flash. The flash is supposed to be able to interfere with it. What's our warning here? Only affects the drawing order. Okay, so light 2D, drawing order. Can we make it so that this draws on top of that as well? Let's find out what happened. We've got a nice flash. Our guy's under here, but it still looks like the flash is underneath the shadow. See, this is a problem. This shadow is really supposed to darken these guys except for when it's flashing. And that is a concern. I really don't want to have to throw one of these things in on every single layer and then have it telegraph through. Oh boy. This is an interesting challenge. This is a very interesting challenge. So just to outline what we're trying to do, and I'm going to step aside for a moment because what I'm going to do is get my food for dinner time thawing out. I do have to take care of that. But then we're going to throw another log on the fire. Can't forget that. And we're going to try to get this rendering issue to work the way I'm imagining it. I'm imagining a particular behavior and I keep not getting it. Come on, you. that should light. I'm imagining a thing where the flashes, the shadow only affects it's like the layers have to interleave. The different layers that things are being drawn on, they have to take turns, and they're not doing it. Makes me want more coffee, but I really shouldn't. I'm going to have to get some more cheese. I'm running out. It's going to take me a little tiny bit longer this time because I got to bust this up so that I can put it to thaw out properly. Alrighty, I'm back. That wasn't so bad. I also feel a little less tense because I went and went. So, what might we be looking at in this situation? We have this guy, and we're able to make it illuminate that. But my concern here is that I'm wanting to be able to sort of erase that shadow only where this is without really interfering with anything else. That's the target. That's the idea. And I'm probably also going to want to change the game over and stuff, but that's fine too. That's a whole other story. So what I'm wondering now is this. I've got game map GD, and you notice how we have segments? It has to load the segment up. So what I'm wondering is, since we know that game map is going to be here, and we're running it, and then we add this additional thing to there, I might be able to redirect so that here in game map, and we'll notice that this is our sort of base level scene. If we take this away, we're back to how we started. Oh, except for that we're not doing that anymore. So we're going to quickly comment these things out. I think that was everything. So now we've got this going, and it's again drawing underneath that. And we're wanting it to render on top of both of those things. It does weird me out a little bit that it's being drawn with multiply, and so we're capable of doing that shadowing thing so effectively. That said, that's the whole reason it's supposed to be there, but I'm wanting the light to be able to erase that. I'm wanting the light to be able to erase just that layer. So it'll kind of interact. And if we turn the light back on, we get to see even more clearly that we can have that flashing. That looks okay, but it doesn't look as okay when that shadow is there. I want it to be minimizing that. Instead, it is doing the flashing underneath the shadow as if the shadow was some kind of floating, obscuring thing, rather than just being like shade that might make this guy darker or make the timing balls darker. So we're going back into game map and trying to figure out, and we already know that we are dealing with segment W first. It's loaded up right here. This one is not. And we've already changed both of these things into text directs. But the one is rendered, actually no, let's not do that. Let us have this be both at root level. It should still draw. And yeah, everything is extra dark here. We do want these things to be darkened as they go underneath this, although it maybe doesn't need to be as opaque as this. I think I meant for it to be not as dark as that. So for, among other things, and this is just on the first level, so I'm going to have to go through and change all the other ones, but that's not going to be on stream. I might be doing it another way. Modulate, interesting. So this is how we render it as drawn in pure white. So if I modulate by making everything be a different color, then everything is now shaded. This is a multiply layer, and the entire color of it has been made darker. Which also means this is how we can make it be less opaque. The entire color of it can be an alpha channel as well. And if we do that, our whole aesthetic, or did that work? I feel like maybe that worked and maybe it did not. Let's see, we're on level 3, Shadow 3. We can go to the texture. That's fine. It's visibility we wanted. It's visible. What's the difference between modulate and self-modulate? Self-modulate only affects the item itself. That's kind of what I'm looking for here. So self-modulate, apply this color. The color can include transparency, I believe. So firstly, we are back to normal with this one. And then for self-modulate, let's see whether we can make it be completely transparent so it's not showing at all. Not working out so well. Interesting. And if we have them in inverse sequence, oh wait, hang on a second. Maybe we can do something with the z-index. Let's put the z-index back, but have it draw under it. And if we do this, then everything is drawing on top of it. So, I mean, that looks fine, but I did want it to kind of... Can we make a very pale version of this? Maybe we can layer them up or something. Like self-modulation, A literally 0. That should mean it's transparent and doesn't show at all. Let's see whether it worked. I'm going to call that a no, it does not work at all. And that's not going to be a concern. That might be useful though. Look at that, material. So self-modulation is not helping me in the slightest. Not as such, but material, that might. That is already a multiply blend mode. We've got a unshaded, but we could put it to light mode. Let's see what happened. Maybe is that why it's doing what it's doing? Is that why it doesn't register the light? Because it definitely felt like it wasn't registering things. So let's see. So here we are with our multiply blend mode. We don't want pre-multiplied alpha. I'd like to be able to modulate this before it draws, but I'm not sure how feasible that is. But we've changed the light mode to normal. Now what we do is let's play with the z-index. It is now on a z-index of 1, but we still have a light in the scene. So it's kind of still showing. It shades, yes. That part's good. But I'm not able to override it with the light. So here's the thing. Can I interfere with this in a way that clips? Like I need to be able to draw on top of this texture before it gets run through the multiply thing. And I do not know if that's a feasible tactic. Filter properties. That's not important. Documentations, okay. How handy, it draws the documentation like right inside. Stretch mode, texture 2D. Good, good, fine. Please show me the text again, okay? And we're back to square one. And have not successfully figured out whether to or how to composite this. And these aren't going to be it. Visibility might be it. So z-index relative to that. It draws, but it's drawing it behind. We're still interested in figuring out how to layer light on top of that. So let's see. Now, how do we access this? This is segment. It's going to be different each time. So export var segments. We're going to load, var t is load instantiate. So t is going to be the one that we want to use. And if we change something in segment y or whatever, we should be able, we're casting these to t here. So we should be able to go in and indirectly refer to it like this. If we're doing it properly, that should have done a thing. Assuming we have a light 2D, let's actually change that. And I still don't know, they're calling it point light, but we have to use a texture to determine where it draws. I guess that's the answer. Is the only way it doesn't actually do a light in the sense of a renderer. It does a light in the sense if it's a 2D thing, and so it's drawing a picture. But let's copy this. And then we're going to segment W. And we're going to stick in a point light that draws after L shadow. And we're going to look at what that looks like on the 2D, which maybe it doesn't look like anything. But if this works, we just made a thing and we are modulating its brightness, and it might be hovering around here somewhere. Or it's going to crash. Let's see what happens. 1 minute warning on its. It did not like it. That's because this is a null instance. So maybe we're talking about it wrong. We are creating t, add child. So it's going to be add child t. And then if we went to it, we need to t root, perhaps? Let's try. Royot, okay, not that. Or that. Boom. There. So t should have been added to this, and we've stepped it up, and we're still not happy with that. Point light 2D should have an energy. It should be living in here. It does have an energy, so we're not reaching it. We're not talking to it effectively. And I am still frustrated that I cannot draw on L shadow before rendering it. That's irritating. Maybe there's a way. I don't see it though. So let's see. Firstly, let's go back to that. These are all made invisible. And let's drag this point light to where we're going to see what it's doing. And we can see quite plainly that it doesn't really like drawing on things. Man, I'd like to draw that on L shadow before compositing it. That would be kind of awesome. That said, if we can make it follow, let's change it to a sprite. That was working pretty well before. I mean, this is not great, but if we change it to a sprite, make it a little bigger, and we need to draw it over the thing that's been multiplied. Right now what we're doing is we're drawing this white sprite underneath the shadow, whereas we want to draw it over the shadow so that it registers. And only then do we even need to worry about what else we're doing. So visibility, or wait. Let's put that back. And then we've got our point light. And then we can render the gradient as being a lot more transparent. But we'll put it back for now just so we can see what it's doing. And now if we run it, it's still not going to work because, oh, no, it's still not going to work because we haven't got this organized properly. But I tell you what, this is going to effectively do the thing of making that shadow be fainter. Especially if we can make it flash. Let's jump right in and tell this to be Sprite 2D firstly. We're going to hammer away at this until 5. 5 is dinner time, so I am compelled to stop at 5. I don't think we need HDR. It's not doing anything useful. But yep, that works, but we do need to make this honor it. Then we can start worrying about whether we can shade it or whatever, and it'll do its thing, and it'll affect the shadows. We've just taken away the shadows, though, because now the shadows are under everything. They're just cosmetic. Interesting. Can I somehow clip this to only the shadow layer? Like, can I somehow make that work? Like, if we do Z index, and then we do Z index here, that's not going to be in transform. It's going to be in ordering. If we do Z index, we can have this guy be behind here, but it's also going to be behind the light, meaning that we can at least ameliorate some of this extreme darkness with our little flashy technique. That said, we are not able to do it underneath. We're not able to draw this guy on top of everything. So what can we do to sort of modulate that? because I feel like this is crude and rough, but it's on the right track somehow. But I do need to modulate for instance, this. It just needs to be we've got a sprite 2D. Is it going to talk to that? No, it's not. That's because this is a null instance, because we're not actually reaching it from here. We can't go to the base and then go to, well, what else can we do? If we were on game map, see, here's what we're trying to make happen. We've got our top layer, we've got no TT, nothing's really being drawn here. And then as we start up, we start adding T to this node 2D. So do we have to go back twice then? We were able to refer to this before. If we went back 2 layers, then what do we get? Nope, still not happy. It's a null instance. So we are in Tanker. We can go back downwards to something else. How about game map T? Is that going to get me there? Oh, and that needs to go away. Nope, doesn't like it. Doesn't like it. So we've got segment W. What if we used segment W? It's going to make it even more unmanageable, but if it's adding it under its original name, that would be cumbersome, but on the other hand, that would mean it would work, which it's not. But if this takes us down to game map and then it's segment W, then nope. Nope. We're not getting there. We're not getting there. We are not getting there. We were kind of starting to have an effect. Let's copy this or cut this. Then we're still not talking any sense, but if we have sprite 2D at the root level, there. And that should show on the screen. And we've even got it blinking. We don't have it tracking. So we can do this, but it's hiding what's under it. Now if we chase through there, and then start adjusting the position, now it will follow our base guy, although we're still going to have a real problem because it's just covering everything up. And it's still not drawing over the shadow or the dam. It's drawing under the shadow. So let's look into drawing order. can we interleave drawing orders, or is that just not going to be a thing? Segment W no longer has our stuff on it. And our drawing order is relative, and it's 1. I'm trying to figure out how this ran. Like, can we just strip out all of the relativity of the drawing order? Is that even a thing? Because it's like then it has to bounce back and forth between these routines to know. It's like you have to run the routine several times in order to be able to render it. And that doesn't make any sense. Although, we could simply take to drawing the relevant tanker at the top level. That'd be skeevy as anything, but it would work. Talk about a kludge. Let's go back to game map and this sprite 2D. And let's see what we can do with this gradient. It's being drawn as, well, no, it's not being drawn as overlay mode, is it? Visibility modulate does squat. Did you hear that? Because I sure did. We don't have a material, but if we use a canvas item material, then we can do something with it, such as a blend mode of add. And if we do that, then we can't obscure that black, can we? I mean, it's nice and all, but I'm not particularly happy with what that is. Although we can see some of the other flashes underneath it, and that's kind of cool. Yeah, not happy with that. Light only, maybe? Light only still does something, which is interesting. What it does is make the entire thing a complete hotspot and blow it out completely. Multiply white, maybe? Oh, interesting. Well, no, not as interesting as I'd hoped. Clear the material. Let's go back to this and see what we can get out of just a lot of less opacity. Weird that, see, here's the thing that weirds me out. We can draw the background and then these moving guys and then the shadow on top of them just using the layering system. But we seem to be having a big problem with drawing light effects on top of any of these things. So ordering. If we put Sprite 2D at level 2, we're capable of making that shadow quite dark. And it's not drawing on top of the spot. Well, it kind of is, but it comes by it honest. It's very tricky trying to figure out what this is supposed to even be doing. Here we have a flashing light on this. If we make it a really high Z index, our sprite is not flashing, it's just a general illumination. So that's also something of a concern. That sprite could be flashing a little more than it is. But it just feels like the light index is simply not... I'm just having a lot of trouble with this. What happens if we... Zero doesn't relate, and 0, and ordering. So let's step this entire thing up a couple. And we are able to make this draw on top of the shadow, which is not really what we had in mind, though. Effectively, what I'm trying to do is draw the shadow over that, but then draw the flash over the shadow. So relative to that, Z index of this can go up, and Z index of the whole thing can step down just 1, and we'll see where we got with that. Now the point light is drawing higher, and it does seem to be obscuring the overall. I have an idea, which may or may not be relevant. Step it up 1 more. Then we're going to go into segment 1 and step its Z index up 1. Let's see whether we're spacing things out in an interesting and useful way. We're shadowed, and I don't feel like the light is really stopping anything. You know what? This is frustrating me. Let's have a quick look at another one of the segments so that I can revert to what already was there. That's a JPEG, not a segment. The way this is set up is the transform is here, and it is a sprite 2D, and if we're not worrying about its opacity, that's just fine. So we're going to go back to segment W and revert that stuff. And revert the transform. Well, does it work now? Nope, do have to move it. Or make it be a child of that, much like, nope, that's right down at the bottom at root level, so that's not going to count. So we're going to do the same thing with this. It is not a child of that. Come on, you. Please to be child of root. Thank you. There we go. Alrighty. And now we click on this and figure out how to reset the transform. How is this different from that? Well, that's texture. Transform its offset. It's saying that it is top level. All of these are going to say that. This is it. Oh, I remember. Yeah. That's the whole deal. Is visibility, if it says that it's the top level, then it renders in the correct place. Like this. But it's obscuring the flash as well, and we never did solve that, did we? I would dearly love to do that, but I would settle for just dimming it. So let's see whether there's a way that we can dim it in the absence of being able to fix the problem I was having. Visibility. Self-modulate. Let's make it a tint. How does this work? It does a good tint. Let's make it very, very transparent. How does that work? It doesn't go transparent at all. We have no capacity to do alpha channel through modulate. So here's the thing. Material. We do have a canvas item. We're doing multiply mode because if we don't, it just goes full white. And add, of course, is not going to be no help at all. Pre-multiplied alpha is going to be no help at all. Particles animation is absolutely not what we want. So this material stuff is not as helpful as I'd hoped it would be. How about texture? Do we have anything for texture? Nope, that's just maps. So behind parent, that's not what we're going to want to have. So here's the thought. Can we mellow it out in any way? Z-index won't matter with this because it is on top. This little guy shouldn't matter either. He says, wondering whether I can simply, I do have it chasing the other guy around and overlaying. And I also have the ability, it appears, for this one to do the effect I was looking for. See, we can make it be a complete overlay, and we can make it be very transparent. We're simply not making it modulate. And our transform, we're having a bit of difficulty getting the scale to modulate. But going into here, this is the way we were doing it. So this scale factor is inverse light modulation, so it's getting smaller as the light flashes brightly. Let's see what happens if we act like it was just the light factor, and it's simply getting bigger as the light flashes brighter. The vector 2 is going to stay. This could be a fairly satisfying thing if it does actually work. We've got a flash. We've got the guy rendering, well, he's rendering over everything. But that flash is effectively kind of blending with the light. So let's see, we've got the two things. One of them is drawing over everything, one is not. This bit, we're layering these things on top of each other, but we have not made this be Z index. Z is relative. Step it up 1, and it's over everything, meaning that I can put this guy under it, which I have. Then if I go back to where we have our flashing sprite, and Z is relative and Z is, well, let's see if this looks any different. Firstly, we're going to go here, and we're going to make it way bigger. So we can see what it does, because it is successfully chasing everything around. See, it goes boom. Now this guy is hiding underneath the flash, but that does appear to be over. See, he is under the shadow, but the flash is over the shadow. That means if we can make this flash be semi-transparent, then it will override the shadow. And we died, and so it's being drawn over the shadow. Fair enough. We'll scale that back if it works. None of this stuff is really doing anything useful. So that z-index 0, z-index 0, it's all being drawn here, and only the big flashy white area. Oh no, wait, I think I need to step it up one more because now we're not seeing the light flash. So z-index of 1 relative. Over to game map in the 2D editor. And now we're going to see whether we can't make this be a semi-transparent gradient. By taking that color and making it a lot less bright. And also let's make it be a color shade while we're at it. But not, it's showing me accurately what the color would be, so let's just pull the red back. Now we should have a blue tinged overlay, and we can kind of see the color, the light flash as part of the guy, and then the blue tinged overlay should be rendering on top of this shadow area. I would say it's kind of doing it. And it gets left behind as we go. But we can fix that. because that's part of this. And these things can stay no matter whether we've got, and licht is going to be black, I think. Or we can just scale it to 0. That would work too. Copy and paste. Okay, so now when it dies, oh, and now we apparently do not have our overlay anymore. We've got our light flash, but we don't have our overlay, do we? And the overlay part will take care of the font changing of color, and I think the thickening of the That said, it does make that, it does override that thing. So scale, position. Let's go back over here and fool with this once more. Never mind this nonsense. Let's have a little more opacity in here. That's not enough opacity. So this one is entirely 0 opacity, and that part is working. And then this one is, let's make it be full bright and see what we get. Also, oh, hello, not so much. Oh, no, we need to move it. We need to move it. Ordering, Z index. Let's try 3. Oh, hello, are we not working? We were working before. What's the deal, little friend? I didn't think I changed you that much. Well, that didn't fix it, so we're not worried about that part. Back over to here. Getting very close to the end of the stream. My apologies for not doing as much Minecraft, but you're hanging around with me while I do something else. So let's see. The light energy, that's fine. This has long since been removed, so we don't even need it in commented out form. Multiple different things that no longer relate to anything. And this is the part that let's see now. Be even larger. Let me see you. Let me see the beauty of you. I think that's my regular light flash rather than the one that's hovering over and interacting with this. But one way to find out, yeah, that looks exactly the same. So then if we do turn this on and tell it to be, I don't know, Z index 4, now can we have it visible? It's kind of stubbornly refusing to be visible. What's going on here? If I tell it to be top level, is it going to show? That looks suspiciously like a nope. I feel like this is supposed to be showing up. It's acting like it's not showing up. So let's make it stay in one place this time. Then we can at least see if it's doing anything. Not seeing it. How about you be a different z index, like 2? It should be hanging around about here, but it is not. 3. We got nothing. It should be hanging out there. Should be able to see it. It's not like it's not being drawn. We can turn visible on and off. We can scale it way the heck up. It went away when I made it disappear once the guys were stopped. This is the line that made it go away. Without this line, it doesn't go away once you are finished running. With this, we've got our flash. So yeah. Oh, It's being shut back off again because every other time this runs, it sets it back to 0 again. So this can't actually go here. Got to deal with it some other way. So yeah, we're gonna learn to live with that. We're gonna figure out something about it. Because we need it to work. So now that we've got that back, and it's 5 o'clock, it's going to look like this. That is a blinding flash, at which point we're going to go in and make it almost completely transparent. So it's a blinding, very dim flash. It needs to be a little less transparent than that. Halfway. And then that overlays everything, so we shouldn't need to manipulate the color of the text or the scale of Sprite 2D, so we can leave those alone now. Because we have something that is overlapping them at exactly the right time. So both of these things can just not be there. And this guy can move down to be next to the other guy. And we can scale this back to 1 and see how that reacts. See, it's kind of intersecting with the look of the thing. It looks like it's a flash, and it is on top of the shadow just a bit. But without really interfering with anything so much. Let's slow it down a little bit and make that overlap a little bit larger. See how that looks. Maybe we're going to want another position for the golden ratio in here. Okay, that looks like a flash, and if we hover over the shadow, we are seeing the light affecting it. And I'm pretty sure it left it behind, but that's pretty much fine. It was perhaps a larger... We're going to do the thing. Golden ratio, baby. Gotta love it. And then we're going to go in. Now why is... Oh, now I know what it's doing. And we're going to play this game through with a whole bunch of these guys. The ones that are flashing are the ones that must go up. Up, up you go. Now, lowercase b's. We're going to need to have less gravity. Otherwise, this is going to be a dead loss. Here's a capital Q. Up you go. Oh, it doesn't want to. There we go. And another. And game over. Yeah, I've been trying to do this game. This tricky, challenging game. We have simplified some of these bits, though. And let's see. And then if the flash is a little bit larger. Oh, now that looks kind of cool. I'm warm into that. That looks nice. You get a real clear sense of where the key area is meant to be. But now we've got to fool with, and I know I need to go and make dinner. We must play with gravity. We must play with these elements. We've reverted stuff. I got to see whether we got to change the factors of this. That one's fine. We got to change the physics of both of these, because our physics are actually not good right now. Here we are. So friction and bounce. Less friction, more bounce. And likewise for diamond ball. By a massive factor. They're not very strong, though. These could do with being a little bit more strong, I think. or having less gravity. Inertia, here's the rotation. Okay, that could prove to be something. That's going to give us a whole factor for well, among other things, we need way less gravity here. I guess we're going to make it be completely different gravity for these guys versus the timing balls. These are like this, and then timing ball which has very little that gravity scale. Of 1. Now let's see what it looks like. Cool, cool. We can nudge these guys upwards more effectively here. We can add a lot more power too. Lowercase i's, there we are. They're both getting the same forces upon them. Main force being, of course, up, up, up with you. T. Here's another T. These timing balls are really carrying on, aren't they? So let's play it the way it's normally meant to be played. Back to globals. Players 1. And we're going to finish this off. I do not have a 1176 copy, no. Here, this is the one we are to. Let's one more change. One more change. Got to have that one more change. Namely, let's make everything way more powerful. Up you go. So here's the trick. These guys need to go up to the top of the screen before the little bouncy ball stops bouncing. Got there. Right now, I'm just kind of holding on it and pushing. We're also enjoying like how this looks relative to, we haven't seen any of these, but the whole idea is that all of these are nice little watercolor backgrounds, and they should all look cool in their own respective ways. And the idea is to make it so that you select each of these and navigate them as you see fit. Might be worth doing a speed control. Boing. Because as you're putting velocity in there, the velocity gets unreasonable pretty quick. It's not the easiest thing to manage. And then D. Got there. So one of the things that you can do is just yeet stuff around, or get one and use it to bonk the other ones about. Like, you're keeping those little tiny ones moving, but if you can smack the other ones and make them go up. That said, typing the the letters can be more effective. So there we go. And we win. Let's see whether any of them can go straight up. A, B, C, D, E. And everything's moving around a little bit too fast to make any sense of. But that's all to the good, because it means other things are still happening, like the bouncing ones. And this is where stuff starts getting more difficult. Ideally, you would like to identify ones that seem to be on the verge of getting out. But again, this has been made more difficult. You see how it's bouncing back and forth? I'm holding it down and it just doesn't want to go. B, same problem. So that's not the easiest place of getting out. I've got an H. And the thing is, if the bouncy balls have gotten into the bottom of the screen and you're in the top of the screen trying to get out, you're nowhere able to, here it is, G. When you're down there, you're not in a position to be able to whack them and make them go flying around. So the trick of it is to manage these things, well, understanding that, see, one of them seems to have, I only see one now. So we got to get F out of here before that timing ball shrinks to nothing and vanishes. And that involves being able to work it through here, but you might need to make a choice between hitting the ball enough to make it go Here we're just making everything go flying everywhere in the hopes that some of these guys can just go straight out. All of these are sort of things that stuff can bounce off of. It can struggle with that kind of thing. And this is not going to be that difficult of a level, but you know, they keep going. And there's I and G. So this is not going to be too hard. We're gonna win this one. No question about it. But then here's more trouble. So we're keeping these moving in the hopes that some of them will just naturally go up and out. Looking at the B, you look like you're in a position to go up and out. H, nope, H got into a little cul-de-sac there. That said, if you're whacking these little bouncy balls, that's all to the good. But you got to make it through and up. So the question becomes, what's a good path? Can you, for instance, target up? That H is on the way out. There we go. And the E, oh, almost. I almost got it. If we can get through this bit here without bouncing around on everything. Sometimes slowing down and taking a breath is just the thing. It becomes like pitchicle madness. See, I'm in a loop. Out we go. And if the little ones come to a halt, even if it's in, they don't have to come to a halt in the bottom of the map. They just have to come to a halt at all. So up, hello, up you go. Very good, there you go. Now C and I must get out. So we're gonna hit that ball really hard to see, keep it bouncing. We're gonna try to I feel like I am just increasing my, out we go, and I. So the tuning of this game is going to be all about reducing those little bouncing balls, maybe making them larger so you can see them. The whole flashing of the lights thing is weird on this background because this is this lame, yellow background. And as you can see, we've got only one of these guys left. The other one went somewhere and it stopped moving. And since it stopped moving, it went weep. I could put a sound effect in for when it starts getting smaller. And we win. We get to the next one. And here we go. I'm controlling K. Up you go. To the out. There we go. Here's C. We still only have the one, and we haven't even gotten into uppercase yet. There's an A. It's designed to get in the way. The flashy thing was left up in the top there for just a moment. And I'm not happy with how chill these balls are, so let's kick them around a little bit and make them really bounce. Oh, you're trying to get to the... Come on, out, out you go. Out, out, there you go. We got a B here. Any areas where the walls kind of converge are places where they can try to bounce you back out. You go in there really, oh, I think we are never going to lose this one over on the edge here. P, no. Yes, P. D, there it is. See, the one on the edge that was bouncing around like mad is going to start shrinking and has. So we've only got like F here and another bouncy ball. There's going to have to be audio cues for the little guys that are bouncing around are slowing down. We're down to the last one. That's bad mojo. That's not good. I said it so that they would start shrinking real easily. And that is trouble for us. So we got to hit this real hard. How about with the G? That's down there. That's good. That's good. He's out. I is next to out. Let's see. And H needs to keep this ball moving. Good. And get out the top before it stops bouncing, because it will tend to go down and I need to try to go up. Come on. Come on. Dude. There we go. And that's the game, really. I got to a score of 137. We're trying a button mashing technique, just up for everything, without even seeing where it went, in hopes that we can get lucky and aim some of these guys as they go. This is a good place for aiming guys to make them go up. And this is going to be a dead cinch, he says as he fails to... There we go. And another. Let's make some of these things go straight up. That's going to clearly be the answer. Up, too late. We are just going to hope that we can make this stuff sort out. F is going to be in a position of going straight up, as is E. It's even more interesting when they're like all caps or all combinations of caps. If you get much beyond 26, then you're going to have combinations of these and more than one ball is being controlled at once. See? This one was not actually hard. D. And on to the next one. Let's see if the same technique works here. Kind of. Ooh, that doesn't count. The way I set the levels was by making a cajillion of these guys and just having them all bounce around randomly and seeing how fast it took for the level to be emptied if nothing was happening but the things getting hit. See, here's what happens when they randomly bounce with no friction. And here's clearly the strat for winning this level. Fire to the side and up. And there you go. That won't work for this one. I'm not sure what the ideal strat is for this. Because if you bounce around in there, then you get stuck and it doesn't want to go through. Putting a little less energy into it. Or we could all go over here. This one could be the death of me. All of these are about trying to get, like, the ability to put on a lot of extra energy is causing issues. That's the way. Tell you what, let's get everybody moving. Just in case any of them get lucky, which they mostly won't. But Jay is in a position to get the heck out. Or would be if it could settle down for a second. There we go. And everybody else just fell right down to the bottom again. So let's see if anybody gets through and if we've got all of our little... A. Very good. H. This is what this game is supposed to be like, is like, okay, what letter is that? It's upside down. Oh no. And getting it through, and you can't get through that, so oops. But we can use that as a staging area. So, that didn't work too well, did it? These things tend to route them all back under E again. Let's see if we can make E go anywhere. We're bouncing guys around pretty vigorously, but we need to keep those little balls moving aggressively. They're light, so it makes that a bit easier, and N was almost out. No, we just lost it. We just lost it. That said, some of these things are moving around nicely. This is almost like a Flappy Birds thing going on, where the it speeds up real fast, but fast is not necessarily what you want here. There's a D right where one of those balls is, so let's make it go faster. And redirect our, so that we don't have as much of, there we go. Here's a B, unless it's a P. No, it's a B. I am liking where this is going. There is an engaging factor to this game, which I am pleased with how it's working. I just need to add some sound. And I need to get this B through this dumb area and make sure all these little tiny timing balls don't stop moving. I give up on that one. Heck with you. There, oh, no, it went through the bad place. Oh no. Let's take it through here. That's not what we meant to do. That's super not what we meant to do. Okay, so this is why this is actually a challenging game. This is a game because of stuff like this. It's like Flappy Birds is a game where it will follow your directions. Unfortunately, not always in a helpful, there we go, way. L. Keep moving, keep bouncing. Like that. I like that a lot. I should be able to make sounds of the kicking the tiny little guys around that change in pitch or volume depending upon how hard you hit it. Good, good, good. No, bad, bad, bad. Wrong answer. And the other bouncy ball seems to have despawned. Don't like that. Come on, you. Keep bouncing around aggressively, will ya? I've got the despawn set really kind of like unhelpful as far as keeping that thing moving. Oh, are you going to get out? Good. C, you're my only hope. So now we've only got the one available. So let's B, D, no, that's a B, and G. Let's get everything moving so at least we can maybe seize upon lucky breaks. E is closer to that little bouncy. Or not. C is. There we go. That's moving pretty good. Let's see whether I can get anywhere useful. I is not being a good little soldier. This is better than the previous one that I had, but it's sure crazier. It's taking forever to finish this level. I should put a time timer in here as well. I like the fact that it bounced around and went up. That's generally going to be helpful. The higher up it goes, the more likely, come on, there you go, it is that it's going to keep moving, unless it gets stuck in something. Let's try to go through here. Okay, I like that. It's going to take him a long time to slow down. G. Nice. B. Score. Score. Got there. And here's the game. Now we have 4 of these little bouncy balls. And we're just going to derp around here as violently as possible to bounce these things around so that things like F can go up and D can go up. And that's how we roll. And E is down at the bottom, so let's use it to knock the rest of these guys around as violently as possible so that they can go up. This is actually based on the layout of an Atari game, Tank Plus. And the strat here is to bounce things around because you can identify ones up at the top, and if they don't get stuck like that, or J, over you go. Sometimes when they pick up a lot of speed, they're going to be real good at making things move around a lot. But you can seize control of one of them, and then it's just awkward. M is about ready to be in a useful position. Or not. Let's see. No, that's not useful at all. That turned out to be super anti-useful. They get so flippy. They're bouncing around so wildly. Speaking of bouncing around so wildly, I want all of these guys in here to keep moving. Nice. D, no, P. That's how many we've got. We're up to P. Nice. Keep going, keep going. Very good. H. Up we go. And we got this whole bouncy thing going on. That's not the right direction. Oh, score. Nailed it. Nailed it. On like Donkey Kong. We're going. We're doing it. N. You are my only hope. Come on. There you go. L. Keep those little things moving in there. Oh, there's no more little things in there. Beautiful. Up. There you go. See, now this is what I've been trying to do with this game the whole time. It's this play after ways of doing it, and can you play the game more vigorously? Can you get things really wild? Do you slow down and try to control it? Like O here, I can steer O out quite nicely, just with very glancing blows. And then we steer. But A never actually did anything, and we've only got a couple of these balls left. Oh, 1 minute warning for balls, guys. For ads, sorry. Balls, what am I talking about? 1 minute warning for bouncy balls. I should make these be the size of the regular ones. Why not? They look the same as the regular ones. A final change for the hacking of the game for the day. One remaining. See, this is really taking a while, and that I like because it's kind of, the idea was to have a lot going on and a lot to think about. You just stay very engaged with it, trying to deal with whatever the thing is. And we are about ready to go, and we're going to wait and see how long it takes for these guys to slow down, which eventually they will. And there's one, it's still moving, but boy did it get small. And then the last one before it goes, up we go, and here is another level. And that's how we roll, really. I'm trying to get a rapid whack in on these guys on the bottom, but I wasn't having any luck with it. In this one, they can get stuck in these cul-de-sacs. B is in a good position to at least get some of these moving. Up you get. N. K. Very good. J. If you're a touch typist, you'll be able to identify the letters easier, spot them, and be ready to do the combination of over and up. I said up, not over. And if you miss, you bounce around like crazy and maybe go right back down again. And I'm liking the way that they are able to accelerate enormously, even though that is somewhat cumbersome. Maybe I need to do some editing of that. And I'm liking the, as much time as I spent working on the Flash, I feel it's helping spot what is where and how. I'm feeling like that is helping with that. This is a Q, is it? It must be. Off you go. C. And up with ya. Whoop. Away it goes. E. Because that's the thing, is if you've got one of these ready and it's ready to go up and you're firing off, it accelerates so much that if you hit the wrong thing at your high speed, you might just bounce back down again. And with that, I am going to call this a stream. Because boy, that was a run. And it's now getting on towards 5:30. So I've gone over. But I wanted to let you see the game that this entire stream has been all about. I wanted to let you see it being played. And maybe we'll call it Cluster Fluff Redux or something. But I will find a way of putting out the new version so that you can play it. Because it seems like that would be fun. And on that note, I will talk to you later. Bye-bye. I'm going to go and have dinner.